Blissful Bookshelf. Chapter 312. Everyone, please take a look, this is a 1,000-year wind willow. The female Gu master pointed at the item on the stage, slowly introducing. Wind willow is a rare and precious Gu refinement material. Its living environment is special, it needs the power of the wind to grow continuously. Because Fengji Mountain has strong winds all year round, there are large numbers of wind willows. Ordinary wind willows are only tens or hundreds of years old. But as this auction item, this wind willow is over 1,000 years old, it can be used as a rank 5 Gu refinement material. The starting price is 50,000 yuan stone, the auction starts now. The female Gu master had just finished speaking when someone called out a price. 55,000. 58,000. 65,000. 70,000. The price continued to rise, many people participated in the bidding, most of them were professional Gu refinement masters. 1,000-year wind willows were rare, even Zhu clan, who had lived on Fengji Mountain for hundreds of years, only had 18 of them left. The wind willow did not have a trunk, it only had roots rooted in the mountain rocks, as well as a single branch. When the wind blew, this single branch would dance in the wind, like a long aquatic plant at the bottom of the sea. This 1,000-year wind willow on the stage had already been coiled up, but its total length was definitely over 100 meters. Fang Yuan tried to join in, calling out a price. As expected, Shang Yizi immediately called out, raising the price by 5,000. But in the end, the wind willow was bought by a refinement master, spending close to 100,000. 1,000-year wind willow, this is the 8th auction item. During this period, I have tried to make a move, but was attacked by Shang Yizi every time. If I do not make a move, he will not make a move. It seems this person is here to oppose me to the end. Fang Yuan's gaze flashed, becoming more aware of Shang Yizi's narrow-mindedness. Time passed unknowingly. 9th auction item, 10th auction item, next, is the 12th auction item. This is a chasing wind Gu, a rank 4 movement Gu, it allows the Gu master to chase the wind. The starting price is 180,000. The female Gu master's clear voice resounded in the entire auction hall. 190,000. 200,000. 220,000. 250,000. The chasing wind Gu was one of the popular auction items. Once it appeared, it set off the first climax of the auction house. Many people participated in the bidding. The private rooms that were usually quiet were now filled with voices calling out bids. Among wind, light, lightning, cloud, these 4 types of Gu, movement type Gu were very outstanding. Chasing wind Gu is a rank 4 Gu, it can greatly increase a Gu master's speed. Fang Yuan called out a price, Shang Yizi immediately followed, suppressing Fang Yuan's bid. Fang Yuan stopped bidding, and the two of them were soon drowned out by the following bids. From time to time, new competitors would join the fray, but at the same time, more people would helplessly choose to give up when they saw the rising price. When the chasing wind Gu's price rose to 350,000, there were only 2 Gu masters left competing. One was an elder of the Yi clan, Yi Buhui, and the other was an elder of the Fei clan, Fei Wanfeng. The relationship between the Yi clan and the Fei clan was not harmonious, and the competition between the 2 elders was also mixed with anger. Finally, chasing wind Gu was bought by elder Yi Buhui at a high price of 44,000. Although Fang Yuan had over 2 million worth of yuan stone, he did not participate in the bidding. Chasing wind Gu contained the Dao marks of wind, if he used it, the beast phantoms on his body would interfere, and the effect would be greatly reduced. Blissful Bookshelf. Thus, chasing wind Gu was not suitable for Fang Yuan. If it was a rank 4 immortal wind Gu, I would be interested in buying it, but it is only chasing wind Gu. Fang Yuan had a recipe that could use immortal wind Gu, 7-star Gu and some other supplementary materials to refine fixed immortal travel Gu. Dream travel, carefree travel, fixed immortal travel and wine god travel, they were known as the 4 great movement Gu. These 4 Gu were all rank 5 Gu. Among them, dream travel could allow a Gu master to enter other people's dream realms. Carefree travel was most proficient in dodging attacks. Fixed immortal travel was a one-time consumable Gu, but it could allow a Gu master to teleport to any place in the world. Wine god travel was the most special. It first appeared in the Legends of Renzu. Let's not talk about it here. Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories, thus he had the two recipes of carefree travel Gu and fixed immortal travel Gu. Among them, fixed immortal travel Gu was what Fang Yuan needed the most, but the success rate of refinement was extremely low, and he did not have enough materials to refine it, thus he could only give up on it for now. Alright, next is the 13th item of this auction. Bitter Strength Gu. The female Gu master introduced it eloquently on the stage, but even without her explanation, many Gu masters' eyes were already shining brightly. I must get this bitter strength Gu, no one can stop me. 200,000 yuan stone. Before the female Gu master made a bid, Fang Yuan had already shouted. Fang Yuan's words made Zhu Kai Bei unhappy. Young people are so impatient. I bid 250,000. 300,000. On the other side, Shang Baishi followed up. 500,000. Fang Yuan made a shocking bid. The whole auction house went into an uproar. From the voice, it should be Guyue Fangzheng. He is really rich, calling out a high price of 500,000 for a bitter strength Gu. He has won so many times in the battle stage, his wealth is very deep. Everyone sighed. Some strength path Gu masters had a bitter expression. They had been looking forward to the bitter strength Gu and wanted to try it, but who could have expected Fang Yuan to do this? They were kicked out before they could even bid. Even the female Gu master on the stage had a surprised expression. Bitter strength Gu was a rank 4 Gu, but strength path Gu worms did not have high requirements for primeval essence, and could barely be used at rank 3 realm. Its market price was around 380,000, slightly lower than chasing wind Gu. To think that Fang Yuan immediately bid 500,000, 120,000 yuan stone higher. Youngsters nowadays are really energetic. Zhu Kai Bei sighed, no longer bidding. 500,000 yuan stone was enough for him to buy some other Gu worms. They were more useful to him. 8th brother, 9th brother. Shang Baishi hesitated as he looked at the two young masters beside him. 9th brother Shang Baishi did not speak, only looking at Shang Pu Lao. 10th brother, it depends on you. If you want to compete, we will support you to the end. Shang Pu Lao encouraged with a smile. Shang Baishi gritted his teeth. 500,000, it is not worth it. Forget it, let Fangzheng have it. He also gave up on competing. Fang Yuan displayed his determination to win, knocking down the two competitors. 500,000 going once. 500,000 going twice. 500,000 going thrice. Wait, I bid 510,000. Just as the female Gu master was about to strike, Shang Yizi's slow voice came from the 5th private room. Shang Yizi, you think you can stop me? 600,000 yuan stone. Fang Yuan immediately spoke, his tone showing disdain. Shang Yizi sneered, Fangzheng, if you want to play, I will play with you. 610,000. The auction house went into an uproar. Fangzheng and the Shang clan young master are at loggerheads. How can this be? Fangzheng has the purple thorn token, he is Shang clan's esteemed guest, he is not afraid of Shang Yizi's young master identity. But Shang Yizi controls all the shops in Shang clan city, he is wealthier. This is going to be a fierce battle. 700,000. Fang Yuan shouted, Shang Yizi, you lost to me, you are my loser. It seems you did not learn your lesson last time. Shang Yizi immediately retorted, bullshit, let's see who teaches who a lesson this time. 710,000. The crowd went into an uproar again. The conflict between Shang Yizi and Fang Yuan was not a secret among the higher-ups of Shang clan city. But to ordinary Gu masters, it was a huge gossip. At once, people started to guess why Shang Yizi became enemies with Fang Yuan. Evidently, Shang Yizi lost to Fang Yuan in a battle, thus he wants to take revenge. Why bother with these reasons? Young Master Yizi is a narrow-minded person, even if he bumps into a passerby, he will take revenge. Furthermore, Fang Zheng is a lawless person, it would be strange if the two did not have a conflict. You are all wrong, I have already heard that Shang Yizi and Fang Zheng went to Qin Yan brothel together, they were interested in the top lady, and you. But in the end, Fang Zheng succeeded, thus Shang Yizi bears a grudge. Is that true? Someone immediately expressed his doubts. The person who had just spoken was fearless. He pointed at a seat and said, "Look, Miss An Yu is sitting there. Don't doubt me, just ask her." Thus, everyone looked at Lady An Yu with questioning gazes. Lady An Yu was stunned, she did not expect herself to be involved. But she suddenly saw the old brothel keeper winking at her. She immediately understood that this was a sudden inspiration to hype up the event. For a brothel girl like her, only by creating hype like this could she increase her value. She did not reply directly, lowering her head, her face flushed red. Just this expression alone was enough to convince most of the people who doubted him. So it is like this. Looking at Lady An Yu's expression, it is obvious that she will agree. You do not know the inside story, but I do. Beauties have always been paired with heroes. Why does Lady An Yu like Fang Zheng? Why? Hee, because Shang Yizi is skinny, his lower body is not good. But Fang Zheng is full of energy, every time he attacks, he can use all-out effort goo. The wild boar's charge, the brown bear's smack, the crocodile's tail twisting, the horse's speed, the green bull's endurance, the stone turtle's endurance, such a man, which girl would not like him? Oh! Immediately, many men let out a sound of understanding. Many girls could not help but clamp their legs together, their faces flushed red as they fell into reverie. Lady An Yu's head drooped even lower, but she was secretly happy. I am going to be famous, I am going to be famous. While everyone was gossiping, Fang Yuan and Shang Yizi's bid had already reached 810,000. Fang Zheng, with me here today, you will lose for sure. Give up, you cannot beat me. Shang Yizi laughed proudly, he added another 10,000 yuan stone, just to disgust Fang Yuan. You think I am afraid of you? It is just 810,000, what's so great about it? Fang Yuan snorted coldly. Young master, it's enough. It's time to stop. A servant cautiously said. Shang Yizi hesitated, I know what I am doing. Fang Zheng is determined to get the bitter strength goo. When Fang Zheng raises the price again, I will raise it again, and then stop. This idiot, he spent 800,000 to buy a bitter strength goo, that is more than twice the price. Let me vent my anger, this is really delightful, ha ha ha. At this time, Fang Yuan's voice could be heard. But this time, I will let you go, you can have the bitter strength goo. Servant. Chapter 313. Ha, Shang Yizi's face must be ashen right now. In the 9th private room, Wei Yang could not help but laugh. But brother Fang Zheng, you did not buy the bitter strength goo, are you really fine? At the side, Shang Xinci also looked at Fang Yuan with concern. Fang Yuan laughed, I must get the bitter strength goo, but I do not want to be a fool and spend 810,000 to buy this goo. I would rather refine it myself. 810,000, it is enough for me to try many times. But the chances of failure are high, and brother He too will be injured. Shang Xinci said worriedly. Fang Yuan shook his head lightly, he had a plan for this, but he could not tell others. Ha! This Fang Zheng played Shang Yizi. Shang Yizi spent 810,000 to buy this bitter strength goo. The crowd's eyes were bright. Shang Yizi is an idiot, he is a disgrace to our young masters. The Shang clan young masters were furious. Speaking of which, Fang Zheng acted really well, even I was tricked by him. Someone sighed. The onlooker sees the game more clearly than the onlooker. I already knew something was amiss. Someone said in hindsight. Shang Yizi is narrow-minded and likes to take revenge, thus he kept bidding. But Feng Zheng did not get what he wanted, both were losers. Thus, the auction cannot be stingy. Zhu Kai Bei sighed in his heart. The real winner is the auction. Zhu clan is happy, one bidder's strength goose sold for 810,000. Everyone discussed and whispered to each other. But in truth, they neglected another big winner. That was the suddenly famous lady in Yu. Crack. Shang Yizi threw the blue porcelain cup in his hand onto the ground, shattering it into pieces. In the fifth private room, the servants immediately knelt down, not even daring to breathe loudly. Shang Yizi sat on his seat, breathing heavily, veins bulging on his forehead, his face full of anger. He was tricked by Feng Zheng. 810,000, he bought a bidder's strength gu, he had no use for it. Shang Yizi felt his heart bleeding. In fact, he was shrewd. He had learned a lesson from that setback, and he had learned from his mistakes. Over the past year or so, he had worked hard and managed the shop very well. But character determines fate. He was a petty person, and his hatred had blinded him, causing him to fall into Fang Yuan's trap. Feng Zheng, if not for the poison Vao Gu, I would have killed you and cut you into pieces. Shang Yizi screamed in his mind. The auction continued. The 14th item, the 15th, the 16th, the 18th, the 28th, a wave of bidding war erupted, the atmosphere was heated and everyone quickly forgot about the fight between Fang Yuan and Shang Yizi. Next is the 32nd item, rank 4 atmosphere gu. The female gu master's voice was still crisp and sweet. Wind Gu's shape was like a butterfly, it had a pair of azure blue wings, and every time it flapped, there would be diamond-like starlight in the surrounding air. Naturally, it was very eye-catching. Atmosphere Gu was a very special Gu. It absorbed the vitality of life and was born from the wind, it was a natural Gu. Until now, there was no recipe master who had researched the recipe to refine them. Recipe masters were divided into 3 main paths. The past path, researching the lost strength path, chi path and other gu worm recipes, trying to restore them. Now, the current path, researching natural gu worms, trying to find their recipe. There was also the future path, which specialized in creating new gu worm refinement recipes. Atmosphere gu not only had a special origin, it also had a special use. It targeted a group of people, using a formless force to create a popular hobby or habit in the group. In ancient times, gu masters used it to deal with beast groups. For example, to deal with a group of steel needle pigs, after the gu master used the atmosphere gu, these steel needle pigs would suddenly have a habit of rubbing their fur against rocks. The fur of the steel needle pigs were like iron needles, able to attack and defend. After rubbing against rocks, the fur would gradually be damaged, and gu masters could deal with them effortlessly. But later, gu masters found that atmosphere gu was a great tool to rule tribes and clans. Some clans lacked food, but liked to brew wine. After using atmosphere gu, they changed their habit of brewing wine, and had more food, the clan grew stronger. Atmosphere gu could not only be used internally, it could also be used externally. In history, there was a famous example. 2 clans fought, the weaker side used atmosphere gu, causing the stronger clan to have the custom of binding the feet of women. This caused the women in the clan to have a huge decrease in labor. The female gu master's battle strength also fell, and were eventually killed by the weaker clan. After all, this was the world of gu, there were all sorts of gu worms. The female gu master gave a long introduction, saying, Atmosphere gu, starting price is 260,000 yuan stone. 300,000. E-clan elder Yi Bu Hui was the first to bid. 350,000. Fei clan's Fei Wan Feng did not back down. 370,000. A recipe master shouted. 380,000. Wei Yang said. He was in charge of Feng Yu Manor, and hoped to use this atmosphere goo to make his subordinates work harder. 500,000. Fang Yuan shouted again. The whole place was silent. Fang Yuan was silent for a long time, but this time, his voice made everyone recall the competition between him and Shang Yizi not long ago. 500,000 yuan stone for one atmosphere goo. Fang Zheng, you still want to scam me? Do you think I am an idiot? Shang Yizi gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with anger. He had just spent 810,000, if he spent another 500,000, he would go bankrupt. 500,000 going once, going twice, going thrice, sold. The female goo master shouted. The price of 500,000 slightly exceeded everyone's expectations, but no one raised the bid. Atmosphere goo was useful for large forces, but had little use for individuals, causing most people to lose interest. Brother Fangzheng, this atmosphere goo can be bought at 460,000. Wei Yang sighed. Shang Xinci had a different opinion. No, considering the fact that the two elders from Yi clan and Fei clan are competing, the price will continue to rise. Calling 500,000 and dispelling their thoughts is the right choice. 460,000, 500,000, it is just 40,000 yuan stone. Brother Wei, I will accept this goo. Fang Yuan waved his hand, saying nonchalantly. What, you also want to rebuild Guyue village? Wei Yang was shocked, not expecting Fang Yuan to be interested in the atmosphere goo. Earlier, he had thought Fang Yuan was bidding for him. Of course I have a need, but before this matter is completed, I need to keep it a secret. Fang Yuan smiled, not explaining much. So secretive. Bai Ningbing was not used to Fang Yuan's style, she knew he had a motive, and was secretly vigilant. After the atmosphere goo was a set of eating wind goo. 38 eating wind goo were combined into one set, and auctioned together. Eating wind goo was only a rank 2 goo worm, but it was very useful. It allowed goo masters to eat wind as food, filling their stomachs. Zhu Clan village was located on Zhufeng Mountain, and specialized in wind-type goo worms. Eating wind goo was one of their specialties. Time continued to pass. 34th item. 35, 38, 44, Fang Yuan did not bid again, but Wei Yang bid once, successfully buying a light-type goo, getting what he wanted. Bai Ningbing also bid 3 times, finally getting a rank 3 tornado goo. Just as Fang Yuan was starting to feel bored, the final 49th auction item appeared. This is the final treasure of this auction. It is not a goo worm, nor is it a precious refinement material, it is a recipe. The female goo master slowly introduced. Next, she added, this recipe, because it is very precious, has not been appraised yet. This sentence undoubtedly aroused the curiosity of most people. Normally, precious goo refinement recipes had to be appraised carefully. Because once it was appraised by a recipe master, there was a risk of the recipe being leaked. Recipe, the fewer people who knew, the better. Without a secret, a recipe that was known by everyone would be worth less than a piece of paper. The female goo master was experienced, she purposely did not speak, giving everyone time to react. Seeing everyone's distracted gazes return to her, the female goo master smiled lightly, throwing out a bomb. This recipe is related to Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus. Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus? Did I hear wrongly? Rank 3 Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, Rank 4 Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus, Rank 5 Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus. This series of goo is too famous, it is like thunder in my ears. This is Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerables Core Goo. It is said that whoever can refine a rank 6 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus will have the chance to inherit Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerables inheritance. To think that Zhu Clan village had such a collection, the crowd in the auction house was in an uproar. The female goo master continued, I believe everyone has some understanding of Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, I will not introduce it. This is a recipe on how to refine Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus. The starting price is 500,000 yuan stone. The price of a recipe was much higher than a goo worm. The rank 4 Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus recipe was even more expensive than the Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus itself. Teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. In theory, with the recipe, there would be countless Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus. Wait, I have a question. Does this recipe require Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus as the refinement material? Fang Yuan suddenly opened his mouth and asked loudly. The female Gu master's expression changed slightly. She did not want to answer, but she knew that Fang Yuan was the owner of the purple thorn token. She had been trying to avoid this question, but did not expect Fang Yuan to be so quick-witted and find the crucial point. Without a choice, she could only speak the truth. In principle, the recipe's contents will not be announced. But Shang clan values integrity. This recipe indeed needs Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus as the main material. Everyone was in an uproar. Using Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus as the main material, where can we find it? No wonder Zhu clan could not refine Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus even after obtaining this recipe. What is the use of this recipe? We are in the middle of nowhere. It is too awkward. That was close, luckily Fang Zheng asked. The most important thing is, whether this recipe is real or fake, we have not verified it yet. This recipe was kept by Zhu clan, it must not be bad. I will bid 520,000 yuan stone. A recipe master bid. Even so, the recipe of Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus was still very attractive to some Gu masters. 550,000. 580,000. The price continued to rise, getting slower and slower until it finally stopped at 660,000. Chapter 314. As the recipe of Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus was bought by Wei Yang, the auction ended smoothly. Zhu clan was a clan that had existed for hundreds of years. It had deep foundations. These Zhu clan collections gave many people who participated in the auction some gains, and also broadened their horizons. It is rare for everyone to gather together. Don't leave yet, let me host. Fang Yuan urged everyone to stay. In the restaurant, there were delicacies and wine on jade plates. Brother Fang Zheng, this is the recipe you wanted. After 3 rounds of wine, Wei Yang took out a heart-engraved gu and handed it to Fang Yuan. Heart-engraved gu was like a ladybug, the size of a finger. It was completely red, and on the round carapace on its back, there were 4 white heart-shaped spots. Heart-engraved gu was a storage-type gu. It was similar to a bookworm, storing information. Heart-engraved gu could be found from rank 1 to rank 5. Rank 1 heart-engraved gu only had 1 white heart-shaped spot on its carapace. Rank 2 heart-engraved gu, and so on. The heart-engraved gu that Wei Yang took out had 4 spots. It meant this heart-engraved gu was a rank 4 gu. However, to store the recipe of Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus, it was normal to use a rank 4 heart-engraved gu. Fang Yuan had spent 670,000 yuan stone for this recipe. To avoid suspicion, he let Wei Yang bid. Looking at this heart-engraved gu, Fang Yuan did not take it, instead saying, "Since Brother Wei has already refined it, why don't you use it now? It will save me the trouble of refining it again." "All right." Wei Yang nodded, injecting his primeval essence. The heart-engraved gu let out a soft sound, turning into a pink light. Under the control of Wei Yang's will, the flowing light pounced into Fang Yuan's chest and vanished in an instant. Immediately, a recipe appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. It was the recipe of how to refine Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus. The main gu worm before the refinement. All the supplementary materials, all the steps, as well as the things to take note of during the refinement, were all there. These contents, Fang Yuan could not forget even if he wanted to, as if they were deeply engraved in his mind. This was the effect of the heart-engraved gu, deep memory. It was as if it was engraved in his bones and heart. A faint feeling of joy emerged in Fang Yuan's heart. I have Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, but it is only rank 3. It works well for now, but when I reach rank 4, its support effect immediately weakened. Now that I have this secret recipe, if I'm able to refine the Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus in the future, it will undoubtedly be of great help to me. Fang Yuan did not know the secret recipe of the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. To be able to obtain this prescription was a pleasant surprise. Of course, this secret recipe had never been appraised. However, with Fang Yuan's rich experience, he knew that it was impossible. Based on his initial judgment, the possibility of this secret recipe being fake was very small. Otherwise, the Shang clan wouldn't have taken it out for auction. But in the future, I will need to use some goo to deduce it and prevent any traps or mistakes. Now that I've bought this secret recipe, I'm afraid others will have some ideas. There will definitely be many people guessing whether I have a Heavenly Yuan Treasure Lotus in my hands. However, although the Heavenly Origin Treasure Lotus was rare, it was not unique. It was not as troublesome as the Blood Skull Goo. Otherwise, I will not brazenly buy this secret recipe. Right now, my goo worm assembly is gradually forming and my cultivation is constantly breaking through. I have fewer worries. Buying this recipe is not a big deal. If it was before, Fang Yuan would not be so brazen as to buy this recipe. But now, he was only half a step away from rank 3 upper stage, and it was only a matter of a few days. After using the white silver relic goo, he would be rank 3 peak stage. His strength was no longer the same as before, and he had the purple thorn token to protect him. Moreover, people were only guessing, thus he could completely bear the consequences of this matter. Looking at the time, Fang Zheng has already been in Shang Clan City for over 2 years. His strength has improved far beyond my expectations. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. Wei Yang drank his wine. Although he had some guesses, he did not say anything. Does Brother He too have the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus? Shang Xinci was also thinking, but did not ask. On the first day of her cultivation, Shang Yanfei had told her many taboos in the Goo Master Circle. One of them was not to casually ask other Goo Masters about their Goo worms. Goo worms were the foundation of a Goo Master, they were their secrets and trump cards. Once their Goo worms were exposed, the Goo Master would be easily targeted. Thus, Goo Masters could not ask each other's Goo worms. This was a huge taboo. Fang Yuan has the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, so he bought the recipe. This is understandable. But he gave up on the bitter strength goo and bought atmosphere goo. Why? Bai Ningbing, who was sitting at the side, did not speak, but pondered in her heart. She could not see through Fang Yuan's actions. Sigh, if only I could become a young master. Shang clan young masters have the chance to request 3 goo worms from the clan every year, and the clan will purchase them for free. Shang Xinci sighed. This was one of Shang clan's policies to nurture young masters. As long as the request was not excessive, Shang clan would gather the clan's power to purchase the goo the young masters wanted. If Shang Xinci became a young master, she could borrow the entire Shang clan's power to obtain a bitter strength goo. It would be a piece of cake. Fang Yuan had been looking for bitter strength goo since a long time ago. Now that he had finally obtained it in the auction, he was obstructed by Shang Yizi and missed this opportunity. Shang Xinci really wanted to help Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan patted Shang Xinci's shoulder, smiling. No worries, who knows, Shang Yizi might hand over that bitter strength goo to me. Second brother spent 810,000 to buy that bitter strength goo. He has already become a laughing stock. To make him hand it over, I'm afraid it won't work. Shang Qiwen shook her head, feeling that Fang Yuan was indulging in fantasy. Brother He too, have you thought of a brilliant plan? Shang Xinci's eyes shone brightly. Wei Yang and the others also turned their gazes over curiously. Fang Yuan pointed at Bai Ningbing, saying confidently, "This is all thanks to Ningbing." Me? Bai Ningbing was stunned. Quickly tell us, what brilliant plan? Everyone became even more curious. In 2 to 3 days, this matter will be clear. Let me keep you in suspense for now. Fang Yuan laughed. He looked at Shang Xinci, his expression turning solemn. Xinci. Do you really want to become a young master? To become a young master, you will fall into the political whirlpool, and have no control over yourself. Shang clan's situation. You know it better than me now. The competition between Shang clan's young masters is intense. For a position, they will fight until their heads bleed. If you want to become a young master, you will face the danger of internal strife. This was the crux of the matter. Fang Yuan needed to get to the bottom of this. If Shang Xinci did not have this determination, she would be a hopeless fool. Under Fang Yuan's bright gaze, Shang Xinci smiled lightly. Brother He too, even the current me, can I gain freedom? It's also against my will. Join the caravan. The journey to Shang clan city was filled with difficulties and dangers. I almost died. I have already reflected on it. The world is like the sea. We are like a small boat. The small boats float with the waves. We look carefree, but there is a lot of helplessness and pain. Only when one's cultivation level is high, and his force is strong, can a small boat become a big ship, able to fight against the wind and rain, and provide shelter for the people I care about. Shang Xinci's words were flat and not impassioned at all. But everyone could hear the lofty sentiments in her words. Good. Ambitious. Wei Yang laughed. Shang Qiwen also looked at him in surprise. She had been with Shang Xinci for a long time, but she had never seen the latter's gentle side. There was such a great ambition hidden in his heart. My young miss is a genius in the business world. She is more than qualified to be a Shang clan young master. Xiao Dai stood behind Shang Xinci, interrupting with a proud expression. Xiao Dai. Shang Xinci had an embarrassed expression, looking at Xiao Dai with slight annoyance. Xiao Dai stuck out her tongue. Ha, well said. Since that is the case, we will lend you a hand and help you become Shang clan young master. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, feeling assured. It was not strange for Shang Xinci to have such ambitions. The children of poor people matured early. Shang Xinci's childhood was not happy, and she was bullied by her clan. The trip to the merchant group taught her the cruelty of the world, and her own weakness and insignificance. No matter how gentle a person was, after such provocation, they would also work hard. But Shang Xinci was kind-hearted, different from Fang and Bai. She wanted to become strong. Other than for herself, she wanted to give happiness to the people around her. This year's young master examination is over. Sister Xinci will have a chance next year. However, the competition for the young master position is very intense. Lord Father has many children, and there is only one young master position every year, but there are hundreds of competitors. Shang Qiwen smiled, giving advice to Shang Xinci. But in her heart, she did not think so. Shang Xinci's cultivation level was low, only rank 1 upper stage. Her aptitude was not good, not even B grade, and had no potential to develop. Her mother was from Zhang clan, and Zhang clan had always had deep grudges with Shang clan. This was her political disadvantage. She was alone, with little power. Who would support her? Her only advantage was Shang Yanfei's love. For her, Shang Yanfei paid a huge price, almost changing her fate, turning the hopeless Shang Xinci into a Gu master. This was a treatment that none of his other children had. But this advantage, in a way, was also a disadvantage. Shang Xinci was isolated, and even Shang Qiwen was secretly envious of her. With all these reasons, it was extremely difficult for Shang Xinci to become Shang clan young master, and the chances were slim. Fang Yuan was well aware of Shang Xinci's disadvantages. In his previous life, Shang Xinci only became young master after 6 years. But times had changed. In his previous life, Shang Xinci was alone, but in this life, she had Fang Yuan's help. XINCI, don't worry, with our help, there is no need for next year, you will become young master this year. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, as if he had everything planned out. Then we will wait and see. Shang Qiwen smiled on the surface, but inwardly curled her lips, feeling that Fang Yuan was becoming more and more unreliable, boasting too much. Wei Yang put down his wine cup. Brother Fangzheng, this matter concerns the battle for Shang clan young master, it is not a small matter. As an important minister of the family, I can't get involved in this. No need for Brother Wei's help. This plan had been laid down more than 2 years ago. It is all thanks to Ningbing. Fang Yuan laughed. Oh. At once, everyone's gazes gathered on Bai Ningbing. As the focal point, Bai Ningbing still had a cold expression, but her heart was filled with doubts, and she cursed inwardly. What does this have to do with me? Chapter 3:15. In the blink of an eye, 3 to 4 days passed. Bitter strength goo. In the study room, Shang Yizi looked at the goo worm in his hand, frowning as he had an urge to kill this goo. But he had to endure it. This bitter strength goo was bought by him at a high price of 810,000 after all. If he killed it, he would feel heartache. But every time he looked at it, Shang Yizi felt extremely depressed. This bitter strength goo was like a silent mockery, constantly reminding Shang Yizi of his stupidity. A few days ago at the auction, he was schemed against by Fang Yuan in front of everyone. Now, he had become a laughing stock. Even the surrounding clansmen did not want to see him. So be it if he was stupid, but you are the Shang clan young master, your actions are smearing Shang clan's reputation. As the Shang clan young master, Shang Yizi's every action represented Shang clan's image to a certain extent. His performance at the auction was not only a humiliation to himself, it also humiliated the pride and superiority of the Shang clan clansmen. As for Shang Yanfei, he did not say anything. But this made Shang Yizi even more uneasy. No, I must get back at him. I want father to look at me differently, I want the clansmen to change their impression of me. Shang Yizi gritted his teeth, making up his mind. Fangzheng, you dared to go against me, you dared to play with me. I will make you pay a terrible price. His eyes shone with a cold light, as he started to think of ways to scheme against Fang Yuan. After this matter, his hatred towards Fang Yuan deepened. It was a bone-deep hatred. Young master, this is bad. At this time, a trusted servant ran over and stood in front of the door of the study, shouting loudly. Why are you so flustered, what is this? Get in here. Shang Yizi scolded in displeasure. The door was pushed open, as the servant knelt on the ground with a panicked expression, Young master, this is bad. I don't know where it came from, but almost all the streets and alleys in Shang Clan City are spreading. It is being spread. They say young master had once fought with Fangzheng for Lady in You, but failed. That's why he wants to teach Fangzheng a lesson. Miss in You? The top girl from Qin Yen brothel? What nonsense. Shang Yizi's lips twitched. He sneered disdainfully. However, the servant continued, there are still rumors going around in the marketplace that you and Fangzheng had a secret deal. In order to pass the assessment, you had made false accounts. What? Shang Yizi heard this. He let out a loud roar. His expression changed drastically, and he jumped up from his seat. The brush and ink on the desk were shaken to the ground. The servant spoke cautiously and hurriedly, Young master, this matter has been spread very clearly. Even the specific time of the transaction and the specific accounts were clearly transmitted. I heard it has already attracted the attention of the clan's internal affairs hall and they are sending Gu masters to investigate. Ah! Shang Yizi was extremely shocked, his mind felt like it was struck by lightning. In an instant, the blood drained from his face, turning it deathly pale. His heart was pounding. His body felt weak, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. He held onto the desk with his hands, and barely managed to support himself. This blow came too fast, too heavy, too sudden. It's over, it's over. Once the false accounts are exposed, I will definitely lose my position as young master. This is a violation of the clan rules, even mother can't speak up for me. Even asking father for my hand in marriage is useless. Once I lose this identity, who knows how many people will hit me when I'm down. With a disaster looming, Shang Yizi was extremely panicked, falling into extreme fear. How could such news be spread? I clearly did it in secret. Apart from Fang Zheng, no one else can know of it. It's impossible, it's impossible. Shang Yizi mumbled to himself, his eyes in a daze. He was still too young, and had not experienced the tempering of life and death. Although he had managed the shop for 2 years, and had to deal with many matters, he only had a thin skin. Facing such a huge change, he was at a loss and could not react in time. Nanqiu Garden, Lake Pavilion. A light breeze blew, causing ripples to form on the surface of the lake. The lake was not big, on both sides were mountains made of gray rocks. Around the rocks, there were bamboo and fir trees. On the surface of the lake, large green lotus leaves were spread out, with white flower buds that had not bloomed yet. Golden and orange carps were playing in the lake, occasionally popping out of the water. The pavilion was made of gold bricks and vermilion beams, with bead curtains and painted rafters. It was very intricate. In the pavilion, there was a chessboard stone table, with 2 youngsters playing chess. One was a young man dressed in black, his eyes were deep like an abyss. The other was a young lady dressed in white, with silver hair and blue eyes, her expression was cold. It was Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing put down a piece, and looked outside the pavilion, at the lake. This Shang Yizi is so stupid, his reaction is so slow. It has been so long since I spread the news. Why is he still not here? Don't worry, I have already instructed the guards to let him in. He will definitely come. Fang Yuan smiled, displaying his confidence in controlling the situation. After Shang Yizi panicked, he would definitely be suspicious of Fang Yuan. He would definitely come and check the situation. Even if he did not suspect anything, he would collude with Fang Yuan to stop Shang clan's investigation. Bai Ningbing squinted, sighing faintly. Fang Yuan, I can't help but admire you, to be able to leave such a loophole in the poison vow. 2 years ago, you already wanted to harm Shang Yizi, didn't you? You just endured until now, when the time is right, you activated this trap. Fang Yuan chuckled, and put down a piece, answering, Shang Yizi is a petty person, he will definitely take revenge on us. How can I leave such a scourge alive? But I did not do anything earlier because Shang Xinci has just arrived, and has not gained a firm foothold yet. After getting rid of Shang Yizi, we will push Shang Xinci up, she will be of great use to us in the future. Bai Ningbing did not speak anymore, a blue eerie light flashed in her eyes. She felt a chill in her heart. This Fang Yuan's schemes were linked to each other, they were closely linked. As long as one stepped into it, it would be like sinking into a swamp, unable to get out. What was even more shocking was that he had already planned for today's situation 2 years ago. This kind of intelligence was really frightening. Shang Yizi was simply courting death by going against such a person. Fang Zheng, where are you? Come out. Shang Yizi's angry roar could be heard. The pavilion in the middle of the lake was not obstructed by any trees, and with the bellboy's information, Shang Yizi easily found Fang and Bai. Fang Zheng, you still have the time to play chess. Do you know what the rumors are spreading outside? Speak, did you do all of this? Shang Yizi rushed in front of Fang and Bai, pointing at Fang Yuan as he shouted angrily. Fang Yuan turned his body slightly, replying indifferently, if I did all of this, would I still be alive? To think that you are becoming more and more stupid, Shang Yizi. Don't you remember that we used the poison vow gu together? Shang Yizi snorted, his anger subsiding slightly. Fang Yuan was right, if Fang Yuan was the one who spread the news, he would be dead already. Now that he was sitting in front of him, it proved that he was not the one who spread the news. But Fang Yuan's next sentence caused him to explode with rage. Although I was not the one who spread the news, my companion Bai Ningbing was the one who spread it. Shang Yizi was stunned, his calm face turned red like an explosion, as if a spark had fallen into a pot of oil. A huge wave of anger rose in his heart. It's you, so it was you. You bastard, I will turn your bones into dust. He screamed, his eyes turning red with anger, his gaze was like a blade as he stared at Bai Ningbing. His aura was frenzied, as if he had turned into a tiger, leopard, or jackal. Oh. You want to fight here? Fight me? Bai Ningbing slowly stood up, her beautiful face was cold as ice, her cold tone contained a trace of disdain. I am rank 3 peak stage, I have never lost in the battle stage, I also have the purple thorn token, do you really want to fight to the death with me? Shang Yizi's face twitched, he gritted his teeth, his eyes seemed to be spewing fire as he stared at Bai Ningbing. But he did not make a move. He was only rank 3 upper stage, and lived like a prince, he was not Bai Ningbing's match. At the same time, Bai Ningbing had the purple thorn token, which was personally given to her by Shang Yanfei. Fang Zheng, you betrayed us, you will die a horrible death. How did she know about our deal? No, you betrayed the poison vow, why aren't you dead? Did you find a way to get in contact with the poison vow goo? Shang Yizi turned to Fang Yuan, feeling uncertain. Not really, not really. Fang Yuan shook his head, the content of the poison vow was, you and I have to keep it a secret, we cannot leak it to an unknown third party. But before the poison vow goo, I had already told Bai Ningbing about it. So Bai Ningbing is the unknown third party. The news that was circulating outside was not spread by me. It was all Bai Ningbing's contribution. Thus, I did not betray the poison vow. Shang Yizi's mouth was agape as shock appeared in his eyes. After Fang Yuan's reminder, the vow was indeed written like that. This was a loophole, but why did Shang Yizi not discover it back then? Firstly, it was because he did not expect Fang Yuan to leak it to Bai Ningbing. Cannot leak it to an unknown third party, just looking at this sentence, there was no loophole. Secondly, when he suggested using the poison vow goo, Fang Yuan acted like he was unprepared, but in fact, he had already expected it, thus he made Shang Yizi numb. Thirdly, in order to hold on to the young master position, Shang Yizi was desperate, and with the pain from the poison vow goo, he could not think clearly. Now that he realized it, it was already too late. Chapter 316. Shang Yizi breathed roughly, the more he scolded Fang Yuan, the angrier he got. Ah! He roared, finally unable to endure it, he flipped the stone table. The stones on the chessboard flew, the stone table almost hit Fang Yuan's foot, but he dodged in time. Shang Yizi took 3 steps back, he felt dizzy as blood flowed down from his nose. Shang Yizi, you better calm down. The poison vow stated that you and I cannot harm each other. Thank me, luckily I dodged in time, if the stone table hit my foot, your injuries would be even more severe. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Ah! Fang Zheng, I will cut you into 1,000 pieces, I will pull out your tendons, skin you, and peel off every inch of your flesh. Shang Yizi cursed in pain. Fang Yuan's smile became even wider. Bai Ningbing frowned, Shang Yizi, you better shut up. If you scold me again, I will throw you out. You are the Shang clan young master now, but that does not mean you will be in the future. You are finished, the Internal Affairs Hall is investigating, you will not live for long. These words were like a bucket of cold water, splashing on Shang Yizi. That's right, his young master position was about to be taken away. Protecting his young master position was the key. But how could he protect his young master position? Whoever started the trouble had to solve it, he had to start from the source. Only by allying with Fang Zheng, making a statement, clearing his name, denying everything. Only then would there be hope of passing the investigation. His purpose in rushing to Nanqiu Garden was to find Fang Zheng to collude with him. Thinking of this, Shang Yizi felt a wave of disgust. These two bastards, they are the culprits who harmed me. I want to drink their blood. Eat their flesh. Now, I have to beg them to cooperate with me. Shang Yizi could not accept this, he could not accept it. Fang Yuan observed Shang Yizi's expression, he saw that Shang Yizi's expression kept changing. He spoke at the right time. Shang Yizi, I am actually a kind person. I've always been one to repay kindness and enmity. If you had not made things difficult for me time and time again, hindering me in the dark, and even snatching bitter strength gu from me in the auction, I would not have done it. Why would I look for trouble with you? I admit that the poison oath was indeed a trap. But I have been in Shang Clan City for more than 2 years. When did I ever do that? If it wasn't for the fact that you've gone too far. How did we end up like this? You have only yourself to blame for all of this. I asked the guards to let you in because I wanted to tell you that the Shang family is powerful. I can't afford to offend him. But a mere Shang Clan young master, I can still move him. You can leave, I don't want to make things difficult for you anymore. Loosening the reins only to grasp them better. What a beautiful way to put it. Bai Ningbing glanced at Fang Yuan with a trace of mockery in her eyes. But Shang Yizi did not leave. He stood his ground. Motionless. Like a stake. But his expression kept changing, sometimes green and sometimes white, sometimes twisted, sometimes frowning and deep in thought. Soon, his forehead was covered in sweat, he was clearly in an intense battle. Fang Yuan's calm words made Shang Yizi realize that his relationship with Fang and Bai had not reached the worst yet. There was still a chance to turn things around. And it reminded him that the bitter strength gu was the focal point of their conflict. To protect my position as young master, I can only let Fang Yuan cooperate with me. To cooperate. Shang Yizi gritted his teeth, thinking of the bitter strength gu. Do I really have to hand it over? Bitter strength gu, I spent a huge sum of 810,000 to bid for it. If I hand the bitter strength gu to Fang Zheng, what am I? I will be the laughing stock of everyone. But if I don't hand over the bitter strength gu, how can I show my sincerity? How can I ease the relationship between Fang Zheng and me? I can't accept this, but in the end, I am buying a gu for Fang Zheng. This is the greatest humiliation of my entire life. Because of Fang Zheng, I spent 810,000 to buy a bitter strength gu, and was mocked and looked down on by the surrounding people. Now, I have to hand the bitter strength gu to him, am I not being cheap? No, the bitter strength gu is not the key now, the key is to protect my position as young master. Without the young master's identity, I have nothing, nothing. In a short period of time, Shang Yizi's thoughts were running wild, his ears were buzzing. Fang Yuan saw his pale face, his gaze was wavering, and his body was on the verge of collapsing, he knew the time had come. Shang Yizi, I told you to leave, why aren't you leaving? Never mind, look at your pitiful state, I don't want to bully you. Bai Ningbing, let's go, I heard that Zhu Kai Bei and Yan Tu are going to have a huge battle in the battle stage today. If we want to dominate the battle stage, we will definitely have to fight them, let's go take a look. Fang Yuan signaled Bai Ningbing with his eyes. Bai Ningbing was about to leave, but after taking 2 steps, Shang Yizi's voice could be heard from behind. Both of you, please wait. His voice became extremely hoarse. Saying so, he summoned the bitter strength gu in his aperture, and held it with his trembling hands. Fang Zheng, it was my fault earlier. This bitter strength gu, I will give it to you as an apology. He said these words with much difficulty. But it became smoother and smoother, and after he finished speaking, Shang Yizi felt like a heavy burden had been lifted off his body, and he relaxed. This is the bitter strength gu. Bai Ningbing stopped, and looked at it. This bitter strength gu was a beetle. It had a small head and a large body, its body was oval and palm-sized. It was earthen yellow in color, and its surface was uneven, like it was covered in soil lumps. As expected, he gave out the bitter strength goo. Fang Yuan must be smiling proudly now, right? Bai Ningbing sighed in her heart. Fang Yuan's grasp of people's hearts made her feel a huge gap. Fang Yuan laughed, and said, Shang Yizi, I know what you mean, but do you think I must have your bitter strength goo? Although bitter strength goo is hard to refine, as long as I persevere, there will be a day when I succeed. You can deal with me whenever you want, reconcile whenever you want. Fight whenever you want, reconcile whenever you want. Is there such a good thing in this world? I, Guyue Fangzheng, am a person with dignity. Are you trying to humiliate me? You misunderstood. Shang Yizi quickly explained. Fang Yuan snorted. Shang Yizi quickly said, I, Shang Yizi, swear that from today onwards, I will not make things difficult for you, Fangzheng. We can be good allies. If we fight, people will only laugh at us. Other than the bitter strength goo, I can give you other compensation. Yuan stone, goo worms, and goo refinement materials. I am in charge of the shop, I can provide them all. Is that so? Fang Yuan's expression loosened. Shang Yizi continued to persuade. Bai Ningbing became an outsider, speechless at this scene. Shang Yizi not only gave out the bitter strength goo, and begged Fang Yuan to accept it, he also had to compensate with other things. But she knew, this was Shang Yizi's delaying tactic. Shang Yizi was a narrow-minded person, he would definitely take revenge in the future. I will accept the bitter strength goo first, I need time to consider. Eventually, Fang Yuan did not give a clear answer. But this was enough to make Shang Yizi happy. He felt that Fang Yuan could not put down his pride, and was trying to make things difficult for him, to ask for a high compensation. Agree first, in the future, I will make sure you die a horrible death. Shang Yizi had vicious thoughts in his mind, but on the surface, he smiled sincerely. Brother Fangzheng, I am very sincere. Please do not take too long to consider. The Internal Affairs Hall's investigation will start in the next few days. If I do not have the young master's status, I am afraid I cannot afford the compensation. Fang Yuan nodded, not saying anything else. Shang Yizi's footsteps were much faster than when he came. Looking at his back, Fang Yuan said to Bai Ningbing, all right, go to the Internal Affairs Hall and report the case. Bai Ningbing nodded, thinking, when I return tonight, I will investigate the contents of the agreement between me and Fang Yuan. Several days later. In the study room, a soft sigh resounded. Shang Yanfei expressionlessly put down the document in his hand. The content of the document was the Internal Affairs Hall's report regarding Shang Yizi's falsification of accounts. This kind of thing could be done secretly, it was fine. But once it was exposed, how could the clan system allow it? Shang Yizi was Shang Yanfei's second son. In that sigh, it contained the anger of a father towards his son's incompetence. Revoke his young master status, send him to the slave capturing team, and cannot return to the city for 3 years. Shang Yanfei raised his brush, writing down the punishment for Shang Yizi. He was the Shang clan leader. Because of this identity, he had to be a role model for the entire Shang clan. Every word and action had to be considered. Fangzheng, Bai Ningbing. Shang Yanfei's eyes shined with light. After dealing with Shang Yizi, this matter was not over. Shang Yizi was Shang clan's young master, 2 mere outsiders plotted against him. This was disrespecting Shang clan and Shang Yanfei. Shang Yizi is my second son after all. Do you think my son is someone you can touch so easily? Even though Fang and Bai had once saved Shang Xinci. But in Shang Yanfei's heart, he was still closer to him by blood. Thus, he willed. A scarlet-red paper crane goo immediately flew out. Plotting against my son, as his father, I have to stand up for him. This is your punishment, of course, it is also a test. Shang Yanfei muttered. The paper crane Gu's speed was extremely fast, it flew to a secret room. Lord Clan Leader has sent a secret letter. Clan Leader wants us to attack Fang Zheng and Bai Ningbing, and forcefully challenge them. In the secret room, there were two people. One was tall like a tower, the other was thin like a stick. The two looked at this secret letter and looked at each other. They were Zhu Kai Bei and Yen Tu, two rank 4 Gu masters. Weren't these two archenemies? If others were to see the two of them coexisting peacefully and even discussing matters together, they would probably be so shocked that their jaws would drop. These two people had rank 4 initial stage cultivation, they dominated the battle stage and fought against each other. They both declared that they would not enter the battle stage unless they completely defeated the other. However, the truth was, they were Shang Yan Fei's hidden pawns. Shang Clan rules stated that as long as a Gu master can dominate Shang Clan's battle stage and achieve the same level as Wei Yang, they can be promoted to Shang Clan's external elder. Chapter 317. Nanqiu Garden, Secret Room. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, only a thin layer of starlight was left, flowing like water in the center of the secret room. In the center, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were sitting cross-legged on a cushion. Bai Ningbing's palms were placed on Fang Yuan's back, injecting rank 3 peak stage snow-silver primeval essence. In the secret chamber, there was only silence. But in Fang Yuan's heart, waves were surging. Rumble. A snow-silver waterfall, cold and majestic, fell from the aperture and crashed into Fang Yuan's primeval sea. This was the rank 3 peak stage snow-silver primeval essence that was converted from bone-flesh unity Gu. Rank 3 Gu masters had silver primeval essence. Initial stage primeval essence only had a thin layer of silver light, thus it was called light silver primeval essence. Middle stage primeval essence had a mixture of silver light, some more and some less, thus it was called flower silver primeval essence. Upper stage primeval essence had a uniform silver light, shining brightly. Thus it was called bright silver primeval essence. Peak stage primeval essence was silver white like snow, extremely beautiful, thus it was called snow silver primeval essence. Right now, Fang Yuan was using snow silver primeval essence as the main and flower silver primeval essence as the supplementary. Under his will, surging waves were formed, washing the aperture's 4 walls. This aperture was originally a water membrane, light flowed like water, swaying and moving. After washing for a while, the quantitative change finally reached a qualitative change. The water membrane shined brightly, like water condensing into ice, no longer flowing, it settled into a stone membrane. The stone membrane shined brightly, thicker and more stable than the water membrane. After forming the stone membrane, Fang Yuan advanced from rank 3 middle stage to rank 3 upper stage. Steady and sure, success would follow naturally. Since it was done, Bai Ningbing slowly retracted her palm, her ice-blue pupils fluctuating with emotions. With her help, Fang Yuan's cultivation advanced rapidly, catching up step by step. She knew that Fang Yuan still had a white-silver relic Gu. He had been keeping it, waiting for this moment. That is to say, after tonight, Fang Yuan's cultivation would break through to rank 3 peak stage, at the same level as her. Fang Yuan is a sly old fox, he is sinister and crafty. Although I did not find any flaws in the poison oath, it does not mean that there are no flaws in the contents of the poison oath. Bai Ningbing was silent, but her mind was spinning. Shang Yizi's fate reminded her. The psychological pressure that Fang Yuan brought to her was increasing, and she couldn't help but have doubts. Don't worry, I'm sincere in cooperating with you. There is no problem with the poison oath. As if he knew what Bai Ningbing was thinking, Fang Yuan suddenly spoke. Humph. When Bai Ningbing's thoughts were exposed, a trace of coldness appeared in her eyes, and her tone carried a trace of mockery. I hope so. Fang Yuan sighed. When he plotted against Shang Yizi, he had already predicted Bai Ningbing's reaction. There are gains and losses in everything. Now, Shang Yizi was removed from his position, leaving behind the young master position. Shang Xinci had room to advance. However, a crack had appeared in the cooperative relationship between Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. At the same time, it triggered Shang Yanfei's methods. Just yesterday, Zhu Kaibei and Yan Tu challenged Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing at the same time. Once the news spread, it immediately caused a commotion in the battle stage, and countless people paid attention to it. Zhu Kaibei and Yan Tu were both rank 4 initial stage Gu masters, and were called half sky of the battle stage. When the two half skies were combined, it was the entire sky. This title vividly displayed their status and strength. Fang and Bai were the two rising stars of the battle stage, dazzling and dazzling. Both of them had a winning streak, and had not lost a single match. Such strength was rarely seen in the battle stage in the past. Zhu Kaibei and Yan Tu were the two heroes of the battle stage, standing proudly at the peak. These years, countless demonic Gu masters wanted to stand out and become external elders of Shang Clan City, but they were all obstructed by these two, and their hopes of advancing were destroyed. Suddenly, these two joined hands to challenge Fang and Bai. It naturally aroused countless curiosity and suspicions. At once, some people said that Fang and Bai were in the limelight, causing Zhu Kaibei and Yan Tu to feel uneasy, and wanted to get rid of them in advance. Others said that Zhu Kaibei and Yan Tu made a bet, and wanted to use Fang and Bai to decide the winner. Almost no one thought that Fang and Bai had a chance of defeating them. Zhu Kaibei and Yan Tu's strength was deeply engraved in everyone's hearts. More importantly, one was a rank 4 Gu master, while the other was only rank 3, there was a huge difference in realms. When Gu masters cultivate, the higher their ranks, the greater the gap between them, and the lower the possibility of a higher rank challenge. Bai Ningbing's voice came from behind. Tomorrow is your battle with Yan Tu, how about it, do you need my heavenly essence treasure lotus? According to our promise, I will do my best to help you. In the darkness, Fang Yuan slowly said. There's no need, Bai Ningbing replied coldly. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged, and did not turn around, instead he snickered, you are quite confident. So what if I am rank 4? In these 2 years, you are not the only one improving. Bai Ningbing turned around and left. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus was Fang Yuan's, using this lotus was not Bai Ningbing's true strength. She wanted to use Yan Tu to test her own growth. The secret room's door was opened, and then closed. Bai Ningbing left, and in the secret room, Fang Yuan's lips curled up into a slight smile. Rejecting Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, it seems that Bai Ningbing has already developed a trace of self-doubt in her heart. This lack of confidence is very slight, and she might not even be aware of it. Bai Ningbing, you are still too inexperienced. Fang Yuan pondered for a moment, and collected his scattered emotions. He took out the white silver relic gu. This gu was like a round bead, silver in color, and was only the size of a finger. Since rebirth, Fang Yuan had seen it once on Qingmao Mountain. At that time, it was Jia Clan's merchant, and the white silver relic gu was sold for 50,000 yuan stone. Such a high price, to Fang Yuan at that time, was out of reach. Relic gu series were all extremely expensive. After all, it could raise a gu master's realm by a small realm, and save a lot of time and energy. At the same time, its foundation was stable, and there were no repercussions. Gu worms were bought to be used. Fang Yuan activated the white silver relic gu without hesitation, and immediately, dazzling light poured out, directly illuminating the aperture's walls. About 4 hours later, Fang Yuan advanced from rank 3 upper stage to rank 3 peak stage. Since rebirth, I have advanced to rank 3 peak stage again. Fang Yuan's eyes shone, and his fists unconsciously clenched, feeling excited and joyful. Different from the first time on Qingmao Mountain, Fang Yuan had used the stone aperture gu, and paid the heavy price of losing his future development to advance from rank 3 initial stage to peak stage. But this time, Fang Yuan advanced to rank 3 peak stage, but still retained his enormous potential. After all, he had a great aptitude now. Looking at spring-autumn cicada. After 2 years of recovery, its condition was also recovering. His originally shriveled body gradually became moist. Its withered wings were already dyed with a layer of green that was full of vitality. Its recovery naturally brought huge pressure to the aperture. But compared to the previous time, Fang Yuan's cultivation was advancing rapidly because of Bai Ning Bing and Bone Flesh Unity Gu, and his rank 3 peak stage aperture was able to withstand this pressure. Compared to the pressure on Qing Mao Mountain, this time, Fang Yuan was much more at ease. But I cannot relax either. Spring-autumn cicada's recovery is getting faster and faster. My cultivation needs to grow even faster, otherwise I will repeat the same mistake. Time quietly passed, and soon, it was the second day. The expectant audience welcomed the moment of Bai Ning Bing and Yen Tu's battle. In this super-large battle stage, there was a field of green grass. This was a grassland terrain, very common in northern plains. Around the stage, the spectating Gu masters formed a sea of people, and their gazes were focused on the 2 main characters in the field. The battle had yet to start, but everyone was already discussing. This time, Bai Ning Bing is in danger. Facing Lord Yen Tu, she will definitely lose. She is as beautiful as a fairy, truly pitiful. Thinking of her defeat, my heart is about to shatter. In this 1 year, Bai Ning Bing's reputation was outstanding, and she was in the limelight. Her appearance and temperament that resembled an ice fairy attracted a lot of attention. On the stage, Bai Ning Bing and Yen Tu stood facing each other. Yen Tu was an old man with a head full of disheveled and long hair. He was as thin as a stick, and his feet were bare. Be it his hands or feet, his fingernails had not been cut for a long time, and were curved and long. The clothes on his body were tattered, and his back was crooked, like an old beggar on the roadside. He, little girl has soft skin and tender flesh, truly beautiful. Yen Tu sized up Bai Ning Bing and said in a hoarse voice. Bai Ning Bing, who was wearing a snow-white robe and had blue eyes and silver hair, immediately frowned, and her killing intent surged, old thing, boasting shamelessly. Little girl, you don't know manners. Yen Tu laughed dryly, his 10 fingers rubbing against each other. It seems I have to let you know how important it is to respect your seniors. Long-winded. Bai Ning Bing's expression was cold, and her gaze was as cold as ice. She closely stared at Yen Tu, and her every movement revealed vigorous fighting spirit. Clang! A soft sound announced the start of the battle. Icicle Gu. Pill Fire Gu. Almost at the same time, Bai Ning Bing and Yen Tu attacked each other. 4 white icicles and 3 orange-red pill fire shot towards each other. Bam! An icicle and a pill fire collided in midair. The icicle melted, but the pill fire still flew towards Bai Ning Bing, but its power was greatly reduced. Bai Ning Bing's icicle Gu was only rank 2. But Yen Tu's pill fire Gu was rank 3. In a direct confrontation, the pill fire was naturally superior to the icicle. Unless I use hail Gu and detonate the icicle, I can suppress the pill fire. But if I do that, my primeval essence will be expended greatly. This battle has just begun. An eerie light flashed in Bai Ning Bing's blue eyes. When the pill fire flew over, she nimbly jumped and dodged it, causing all the pill fire to return empty-handed. At the same time, she waved her hand. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Another 3 icicles flew towards Yen Tuesday. Yen Tu laughed dryly, and took several steps, his body twisting as he dodged the icicles with a strange posture, and started to run. He pointed with his index finger, and lumps of pill fire formed into a concentrated offensive that enveloped Bai Ning Bing. Bai Ning Bing snorted coldly, and not to be outdone, she took several steps and used icicles to retaliate. At once, the 2 could be seen running in the large grassland, contending with each other. Icicles and pill fire flew together, and the 2 dodged while attacking without stopping. The battle had just begun, but the intensity had already surpassed everyone's expectations. Chapter 318. As time passed, the spectators around the battle stage were gradually moved. Bai Ningbing is actually so strong, able to fight Lord Yen Tu so fiercely. She is using rank 2 icicle goo to fight Yen Tu and is not at a disadvantage. Using goo worms to attack while moving is the foundation of a goo master's battle. But Bai Ningbing is doing it perfectly. There is no doubt that Bai Ningbing is a genius, and her foundation is also very solid. No wonder she has been undefeated all this time. In the crowd, Fang Yuan watched calmly. Wei Yang and Shang Xinci had also arrived and were standing beside him. The three were in disguise, hiding in the crowd. Bai Ningbing is fighting very fiercely. Even if she is using icicle goo, the more she uses, the more primeval essence she consumes. A trace of worry appeared on Wei Yang's face. Rank 3 and rank 4, there is a difference in primeval essence. But Yen Tu is also using pellet fire goo, and to him, his primeval essence is also constantly being consumed. Although Yen Tu is rank 4, he only has B grade aptitude. Bai Ningbing wants to use her A grade aptitude's primeval essence recovery advantage to contend against Yen Tu's rank 4 cultivation. Fang Yuan exposed Bai Ningbing's battle tactic with one sentence. If that is the case, then today's battle will be extremely difficult for Bai Ningbing. Shang Xinci sighed. Right now, she was also a goo master. Under Shang Yan Fei's meticulous nurturing, her horizons had broadened and she could see many things. While the three were talking, the situation on the stage suddenly changed. Little girl, you are jumping quite happily. Yen Tu's lips curled into a faint smile. He suddenly stretched out his right hand and grabbed at Bai Ningbing from a distance of tens of steps. His right hand turned into a claw, and the goo worm imprint on his palm flashed. Whoosh! Flames roared and formed a giant fire claw in an instant, flying towards Bai Ningbing. The giant claw only had 3 fingers, like an eagle's claw, and was orange in color. The flames burned fiercely, and Bai Ningbing felt the intense heat from the claw. This was the rank 3 fire claw goo. Bai Ningbing quickly activated her movement goo, increasing her speed and pulling apart the distance. She had made preparations in advance and inquired about Yen Tu's background. Xiao Qian knew that the attack range of this flame claw was not as large as the pill flame. It could only move within several meters of Yen Tu's day. But Yen Tu cackled and similarly activated his movement goo, approaching Bai Ningbing like a shadow. His movement goo was a rank 4 goo, its effect was much better than Bai Ningbing's. Thus, not only did Bai Ningbing not pull away from Yen Tu, but Yen Tu had also caught up to her. The flaming claws descended from the sky, clawing and pinching continuously. It was difficult for Bai Ningbing to dodge. Under Yen Tu's skillful control, the flame claw was nimble but not steady. Bai Ningbing's situation became more and more difficult as she rolled on the grass. Boom! The flaming claw brushed past Bai Ningbing's shoulder and landed on the grass, instantly igniting a patch of grass. The flames burned fiercely, forming a fire that spread to the surroundings. With a thought from Yen Tu, the fire claw within the flames rose up once again. However, it was a little more dispirited compared to when it was first activated. But as the primeval sea level in Yen Tu's aperture slightly decreased, the fire claw recovered its power in the blink of an eye, and the dispiritedness was swept away. Frost arrow goo. Bai Ningbing regained her footing and stretched out her pinky finger. The frost arrow goo was residing on it, forming a blue pattern. A lump of icy blue frost chi was suddenly emitted. In the blink of an eye, the frost chi formed into an arrow in the air. The flying arrow hit the flaming claw, fiercely suppressing its flames. Frost arrow goo was also a rank 3 goo that Bai Ningbing had obtained from the auction house. Once it was used, it immediately gained merit. Seeing that the flaming claw was about to be extinguished, Yen Tu's brows slightly furrowed. Activating his primeval essence without caring about the consumption, the flaming claw showed signs of recovering again. But how could Bai Ningbing let him succeed? Swoosh swoosh swoosh. A clump of icicle goo shot out. At the same time, she secretly activated ice explosion goo. Bam bam bam. The icicles hit the flaming claw and exploded one after another. The intense explosion completely dispersed the flaming claw. The flaming claw goo flew back. Yen Tu did not want to lose it and quickly took a few steps forward, catching the flaming claw goo with his hand. The flaming claw goo turned into a lump of imprints again. Bai Ningbing took the opportunity to attack, condensing two slender ice blades and holding them in her left and right hands respectively, chopping towards Yen Tu's day. The blades had not even reached his body when Yen Tu felt a sharp killing intent like an icy wind blowing on his face. Good blade. Yen Tu laughed strangely and suddenly snorted, spitting out two flaming snakes from his nostrils. The flaming snakes were the size of necklaces at first, but they quickly grew and expanded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they turned into two giant pythons that were several meters long and had the thickness of a water bucket. One of the flaming snakes coiled in front of Bai Ningbing, forming a snake formation and blocking Bai Ningbing's blades. The other flaming snake circled around from the side and wriggled for a while before launching an attack from Bai Ningbing's back. It appeared, Lord Yen Tu's double snake attack. Sigh, I was defeated by this move of his. Yen Tu's control of the two snakes is indeed incomparably exquisite, making the opponent lose sight of the other while defending. It is very powerful. The flaming snakes caused a commotion among the crowd. Bai Ningbing's expression was solemn, the battle intent in her blue eyes was as condensed as ice. The flaming snakes gave her enormous pressure, but this made her even more determined to fight. At once, Bai Ningbing raised her blades and fought with the two flaming snakes. Yen Tu, on the other hand, stood outside the battlefield and focused on controlling the snakes. Yen Tu had the ability to do three things at once, although he was only controlling these two flaming snakes. But his moves were exquisite and needed to be coordinated well, which instead made Yen Tu expend even more of his mental energy. Flaming Snake Gu was a rank 4 Gu. Under the pincer attack of two rank 4 Gu, Bai Ningbing gradually fell into a disadvantage. It was getting harder for her to deal with the attacks. After all, her movement Gu and defensive Gu were not outstanding. Bai Ningbing was an attack-type Gu master, and this set of Gu worms was mainly for offense. Movement and defense were both her weaknesses. This could not be helped. Gu masters had limited primeval essence, there was no infinite primeval essence. Thus, the primeval essence had to be allocated properly. Bai Ningbing allocated most of her primeval essence to offense, leaving little for movement and defense. Thus, the movement Gu and defensive Gu that she paired with were the ones that consumed less primeval essence. Gu worms consumed less primeval essence, so their effects were naturally lower. After all, you get what you pay for. These two flaming snakes greatly restricted Bai Ningbing's performance. Look, once the flaming snakes are damaged by Bai Ningbing's attacks and become dispirited, Yen Tu will expend primeval essence to recover the flaming snake's might. This is not good. Wei Yang stood at the side, frowning. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered, but he did not speak, waiting for Bai Ningbing's response. Bai Ningbing suddenly erupted. Frost Breath Gu and Frost Arrow Gu were used in turn. The continuous frost energy caused the fire snake's attacks to be greatly slowed down and restricted. But such a crazy attack caused her primeval essence consumption to increase rapidly. Little girl, stop struggling. Yen Tu laughed heartily, sending out lumps of pellet fire. Some of the pellet fire shot towards Bai Ningbing, causing her to be exhausted from dodging. Some hit the flaming snakes and fused into their bodies, causing the dispirited flaming snakes to become energetic again. This was the coordination tactic of pellet fire Gu and flaming snake Gu. Yen Tu had gone through hundreds of battles in the battle stage, tempering himself thousands of times. In comparison, although Bai Ningbing was talented and had high comprehension, she had too little time and did not have the foundation that Yen Tu had accumulated. Bai Ningbing wanted to disperse the two flaming snakes by erupting. But Yen Tu saw through it and immediately retaliated. Similarly, using offense, he disrupted Bai Ningbing's plan, showing his shrewdness and experience. What should we do now? Wei Yang frowned deeply. The situation is not good. Shang Xinci gradually analyzed the situation. Bai Ningbing's eerie blue eyes flashed with a resolute light. Ice crystal goo. She brazenly used her vital goo, her true trump card. She had not planned to use it so early, but she had no choice. Since the start of the battle, besides the deadlock at the start, Yen Tu had gradually grasped the initiative and suppressed her. Bai Ningbing was an offensive type goo master. To take back the initiative, she had to strengthen her offense. Crack crack, Bai Ningbing's whole body emitted this sound, like water turning into ice. In the blink of an eye, she turned into an ice person. Her body expanded slightly, and her silver hair was covered in frost, becoming fixed. The ice crystals spread to the two ice blades, making them sharper, colder, and sturdier. Oh, little girl, you are going to risk your life. Yen Tu teleported, but his smile immediately froze on his face. Bai Ningbing turned into an ice crystal, attacking and defending at the same time, no longer having any reservations. He charged forward, breaking through the obstruction of the fire snakes in an instant, and rushed towards Yen Tuesday. To shoot a person, first shoot the horse. To capture the bandits, first capture the leader. Yen Tu quickly mobilized another flaming snake, blocking in front of Bai Ningbing. Frost breath goo. Bai Ningbing breathed out a mouthful of blue frost air. She turned into an ice person and breathed out frost air. Her might was no doubt higher. The flaming snake immediately withered after being hit by this frost air. Bai Ningbing continued to charge towards Yen Tu. Old man Yen Tu, fight me if you have the guts. Yen Tu's expression turned grave. He was not proficient in close combat. Bai Ningbing's might was awe-inspiring. If she got close, he would be in trouble. Although he had rank 4 realm and was a flamboyant fire path goo master, Yen Tu's fighting style was shrewd and ruthless. He was not provoked by Bai Ningbing and activated his movement goo, continuously retreating. Bai Ningbing's heart sank. She turned into an ice crystal and used movement goo again, but the effect was not as good as before. To catch up to Yen Tu, she could only slow him down. Thus, Bai Ningbing shot frost arrows again and again. The frost air in the frost arrows had the effect of freezing muscles and blood, slowing down the target's movement. But Yen Tu easily dodged. His dodging technique was superb. None of the frost arrows succeeded. The frost arrows could not hit Yen Tu, causing the distance between him and Bai Ningbing to increase. Yen Tu snickered. As a senior, he was chased by a junior, but he did not feel embarrassed at all. He made the most correct choice. Ice crystal goo could not be used frequently. If used too much, it would cause the body to completely turn into ice crystals, turning the goo master into an ice sculpture. Thus, when Bai Ningbing activated ice crystal goo, she was also activating vitality goo to maintain her life force. But even with vitality goo, it could only prolong the usage of ice crystal goo. Yen Tu was well aware of this. Bai Ningbing inquired about his information, and he also inquired about Bai Ningbing's information. As long as he dragged on, he would definitely win this battle. Although this method did not have the arrogance and domineeringness of a fire path goo master. But this was undoubtedly the most energy-saving tactic. Bai Ningbing stopped. I can't hit this old man. I can only use that move to change the situation. Her eyes flashed with a trace of hesitation. Chapter 319. The hesitation in Bai Ningbing's heart only lasted for a moment. Soon after, her blue eyes flashed with determination. Ice Blade Storm, appear again. Bai Ningbing sighed lightly. She raised her arms, the sharp ice blades were the extension of her arms. She turned into ice crystals, giving off a cold and domineering aura. Vitality goo turned into a warm current, flowing in her heart, liver, and other organs, preserving her life force and preventing Bai Ningbing from turning into an ice crystal person. Vitality goo had another advantage. Once activated, it would turn into a warm current of vitality and move on its own, no need to control it. Whirlwind goo. Tornado goo. Bai Ningbing used these two goo one after another. Whirlwind goo was also a movement-type goo, but it only increased the goo master's turning speed. As she used it, Bai Ningbing's whole body started to rotate rapidly. And when the tornado goo was activated, it immediately formed a whirlwind. The whirlwind covered Bai Ningbing's whole body, and in a few breaths' time, it expanded into a tornado. The green-black tornado was like a green-colored young dragon rising up. Ice blade goo, ice crystal goo, whirlwind goo, dragon favor, Bai Ningbing could do 4 things at once. No, not only that. Frost breath goo. Bai Ningbing opened her mouth and breathed out, letting out cold air. With her mortal body, she could only breathe out at intervals to prevent her tongue from freezing. But now that she had turned into an ice crystal, she could breathe out continuously. With the addition of the frost air, the tornado immediately turned into a cold wind. Wherever the wind blew, the grass and leaves flew, quickly being covered with a layer of light blue frost. At this moment, Bai Ningbing was doing 5 things at once. This was the unparalleled talent of the 10 extreme physiques. In this aspect, she had already surpassed Fang Yuan. The killer move appeared again, Ice Blade Storm. Cold wind blew, causing the temperature in the air to plummet. The sharp ice blades made the tornado even more powerful. 2 fire snakes charged forward without understanding the situation, and immediately suffered heavy injuries. The snake head and half of its body were sliced by the ice blade storm. The fire snakes retreated in panic. The flames reformed, revealing a complete snake head and body. But its size was no longer as good as before, only less than half of its original size. The ice blade storm became stronger, and on the grassland, large amounts of frost spread everywhere. Around the frost, the flames burning on the grass also showed signs of extinguishing. Yen Tu's pupils shrank when he saw this. He recalled the fire snake and breathed it into his nostrils. What move is this? I have never seen Bai Ningbing use this move before. Killing move, this is definitely a killing move. A commotion broke out among the spectators, and they all started shouting. Even Wei Yang showed an expression of shock. This killer move is extremely powerful. How many goo did Bai Ningbing use? Shang Xinc's eyes lit up. She said nervously and expectantly, this move is so strong. Maybe it can defeat Yen Tuesday. Fang Yuan was silent, watching with rapt attention. He had seen Bai Ningbing use the Ice Blade Storm a few times. Now that he saw it again, the power of the Ice Blade Storm had risen to a whole new level. Bai Ningbing's growth was also shocking. She had peerless aptitude and talent, and the goo worms she paired with were also unique. From the looks of it, her meticulously designed killer move, Ice Blade Storm, was not abandoned, but instead improved upon. She actually had such a move. Yen Tu's expression was no longer calm. Once the Ice Blade Storm was used, he immediately lost his confidence in the battle. His heart was filled with fear. He actually felt such emotions from a junior, a rank 3 goo master. Bai Ningbing's battle strength had already surpassed Yen Tu's expectations, making him feel an intense threat. Killer move. Usually, several goo worms were used at the same time, and through the exquisite combination of the goo worms, a powerful move could be produced. Killer moves were not something all goo masters had. Only those goo masters with rich experience or rich talent could design their own killer moves. Killer moves usually consumed a lot of primeval essence, and also expended a lot of mental energy. They were undoubtedly powerful and had extraordinary effects. Not good, This move is getting stronger, I have to suppress it at the early stage. Otherwise, if I can't get rid of it, it will really become unstoppable after it accumulates its strength. Yen too was extremely experienced, and quickly saw the flaw. If it were other Gu masters, most of them would choose to wait and see in fear. But Yen too was extremely shrewd, and immediately saw the flaw of this killer move. Ordinary moves cannot restrain her, and there is no effect even if I use them, it would be a waste of primeval essence. In that case, I will use a killer move to fight a killer move. Yen too decided in his heart. Fuel oil Gu. He suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a large amount of fuel oil. The amber-colored fuel oil carried a pungent smell. Yen too exerted all his strength, not daring to hold back as he madly activated the fuel oil Gu. The fuel oil he spat out was like a small waterfall. The waterfall fell on the grassland, forming waves. The fuel oil was like a wave, pouring down in torrents, and in the blink of an eye, the whole battlefield was submerged. The ice blade storm became bigger and bigger, and cold air spread everywhere. When the fuel oil got close to it, its momentum slowed down, and a large amount of fuel oil was flung away. The ice blade storm's strength lay in its attack, but the cold air was not enough to freeze the fuel oil. For a moment, the whole battle stage was covered in a dense rain of fuel oil. Other than the area near the ice blade storm, the other grasslands were covered in a thick layer of fuel oil, almost turning into a swamp. Fire snake Gu. Yen too snorted, and the two fire snakes from earlier appeared once again. 20% of the yellow gold primeval essence was expended, allowing the fire snake's body to expand to its peak, and its might was restored. Once the fire snakes landed on the grassland, they immediately ignited a raging flame. The red flame spread at an extremely fast speed, filling the whole battle stage, instantly turning it into a sea of fire. The flames on the grassland burned fiercely, and countless green grasses withered, turning into ashes, fueling the might of the sea of fire. In the super-large battle stage, there was only one place that did not have any flames, but had instead frozen into ice. That was the location of Bai Ningbing's ice blade storm. She and Yen too had transformed the originally green grassland battlefield into an environment of two extremes, ice and fire. The two fire snakes leisurely shuttled through the sea of fire, circling around the ice blade storm, not in a hurry to attack. Meanwhile, Bai Ningbing's ice blade storm was also continuously expanding, accumulating more and more power, and the peak of the storm was already showing signs of reaching the ceiling. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The ice tornado whistled fiercely, and its majestic aura made people tongue-tied. It's not over yet, Fire Claw Gu. Yen too raised his breath and shouted. He had 4 Fire Claw Gu on him, and at this moment, he used all of them together. His primeval essence was consumed intensely, and the primeval sea in his aperture fluctuated rapidly. The golden sea surface fell sharply. The 4 Fire Claw Gu did not attack the ice blade storm together, but instead flew into the fire snakes and fused together. In the blink of an eye, these 2 fire snakes grew a pair of claws. Snakes with claws were no longer snakes, but dragons. In the sea of fire, the 2 fire dragons swung their tails and raised their heads, waving their claws, showing an arrogant and domineering aura. Lord Yen too, through the combination of Fire Snake Gu and Fire Claw Gu, has reached a small portion of the rank 5 Fire Dragon Gu's power. To think that I could see Lord Yen too's killer move, Fire Sea Twin Dragon kill in this competition. Bai Ningbing is just a newbie, but she could force Yen too to use his killer move, she can be proud of herself. The spectators were in an uproar at this scene. Both sides used their killer moves, and the battle reached its climax. Killer move versus killer move. Would Yen too's Fire Sea Twin Dragon kill be more powerful and majestic, or would Bai Ningbing's Ice Blade Storm be able to engulf the world and shatter half the sky of the battle stage? Everyone was waiting in anticipation, unable to take their eyes off of it. The fire dragon raised its head, letting out a silent roar. They launched their attacks from both sides. The fire dragon crashed into the ice blade storm, its two fire claws desperately trying to tear it apart, and its whole body coiled up, sticking to the ice blade storm. The white ice blade storm with a trace of blue was like a giant pillar, unmoving. The sharp ice blades competed with the fire claws, continuously cutting the fire dragon's body. A moment later, the two fire dragons could not hold on any longer, and retreated with injuries. They lay down in the sea of fire, absorbing the surrounding flames and immediately regaining their power. The grassland was burning, and this sky full of flames was the fire dragon's abundant replenishment. This grassland was fully utilized by Yen Tuesday. The two fire dragons attacked again and again, but failed again and again. After failing, they tried again and again. Fire Sea Twin Dragon Kill Can't Shake by Ningbing. Is the world changing? If this goes on, Bai Ningbing actually has hope of defeating Yen Tu. Everyone was shocked again and again. No, the ice blade storm has also been restrained. The wind momentum has been obstructed, it cannot gather any momentum. At this time, Bai Ningbing should be moving left and right, using guerrilla warfare. Wei Yang's expression was solemn, he was most proficient in guerrilla warfare. Fang Yuan's brows slightly furrowed, an obscure light flashing in his eyes. He could see something wrong. With Bai Ningbing's intelligence, she definitely knew that she could not resist it head-on, she had to move and fight. But she did not do so. It seems that this killer move's modification is not perfect. Fang Yuan inwardly guessed. Bai Ningbing felt that she had the will but not the strength. This ice blade storm was her first time practicing, her original plan was very good, but now Bai Ningbing found a flaw. The ice blade storm lacked a driving force, it could only rotate on the spot, this was an indescribable awkwardness. I have turned into an ice crystal and continuously breathed out frost breath, the tornado is too dense, I cannot move forward. Bai Ningbing used all her strength, wanting to activate her movement goo to change this situation. But she was already multitasking, reaching her limit, her mind was exhausted, she had no spare energy. Fortunately, Yen Tu had not discovered it yet. He took the initiative to fight, interrupting Bai Ningbing's accumulation, instead helping her cover up this flaw. Right now, I can only walk this path to the end. Continue to strengthen the ice blade storm, maybe when the wind momentum is stronger, there will be momentum. Bai Ningbing's fighting spirit had not dissipated, the predicament instead strengthened her fighting spirit. Be it her or Yen Tu, the primeval essence in their apertures were being consumed intensely. The spectators around the battle stage fell into silence. The majestic ice blade storm and the terrifying orange sea of fire divided the battlefield into two completely different worlds. The battle stage's barrier isolated most of the power, but there was still wind blowing. This wind was hot at times, cold at times, allowing everyone to personally feel the intensity of the battle. The sea of fire burned fiercely, the two orange fire dragons fought against the ice blade storm. They failed again and again, but charged forward again and again. They were not discouraged, advancing wave after wave. This is Lord Yen Tu, the strength of a rank 4 Gu master. Someone sighed. To be able to fight with Lord Yen Tu to this extent, Bai Ningbing is the third strongest. Bai Ningbing can be said to be the third. Someone could not conceal his shock as he evaluated. In Shang Clan's battle stage, Yen Tu and Zhu Kai Bei had fought dozens of battles without a clear victor, they were two peak existences. After this battle, Bai Ningbing's battle strength was publicly recognized, and she was recognized as the third. As time passed, the ice blade storm gradually slowed down, and the wind momentum weakened. The blazing sea of fire was also mostly extinguished. The fuel was used up, and the grass turned to ashes. But the fire dragon's might was still there, they not only had the sea of fire to replenish them, they also had the support of Yen Tu's yellow-gold primeval essence. Bai Ningbing's primeval essence was gradually running out, and at this point, the weakness of her cultivation was finally revealed. If she had the heavenly essence treasure lotus, she would still have a fighting chance. Unfortunately, she rejected Fang Yuan's good intentions. It's all over. Yen Tu laughed heartily, and with a shift of his mind, the two fire dragons suddenly merged into one, forming an even larger fire dragon. This sudden change caused many people to involuntarily cry out in shock. This move was Yen Tu's secret method, he had never revealed it to the public. But now, in order to break Bai Ningbing's ice blade storm, he could no longer care so much. The fire dragon opened its mouth, and its 4 fire claws exerted strength, ruthlessly clawing at the ice blade storm. But suddenly, the storm intensified. Bai Ningbing activated Frost Breath Goo, and the whole fire claw was frozen. The ice blade storm suddenly expanded like a monster, engulfing most of the fire dragon's body. What? Yen Tu turned pale with fright, he suddenly realized that Bai Ningbing's earlier weakness was only a facade. He quickly ordered the fire dragon to retreat. The fire dragon was heavily injured, and its might was no longer as it lost its 2 fire claws. At the same time, its body had shrunk to less than half its original size. Seeing this, the crowd immediately went into an uproar. Is Bai Ningbing going to win? After fighting for so long, she still has strength left? Yen Tu's expression was grim, Bai Ningbing's sudden eruption caused him to suffer disastrous losses. In an instant, he lost a fire snake goo and 2 fire claw goo. The ice blade storm suddenly dissipated. Bai Ningbing removed the ice crystal goo, and returned to her original appearance of a mortal body. Her primeval essence was exhausted, and her aperture was completely dried up. I admit defeat, she coldly said. After a short period of silence, the crowd went into an uproar. Bai Ningbing actually admitted defeat? Everyone was slightly surprised by this. So her sudden eruption was because she used up all her primeval essence, and dealt a heavy blow to Yen Tuesday. Fang Yuan realized. Even if I can't win, I will make you suffer. Bai Ningbing's choice was very wise, and her method was decisive and ruthless. Understanding this, Yen Tu was furious, but a formless force descended from the sky, suppressing him. He was unable to move. This was the strength of the battle stage. The hosting Gu master walked into this battlefield that had changed beyond recognition, and announced the result. According to the rules, the winner had the right to request the loser to contribute a Gu. I want your ice crystal Gu, Yen Tu said hatefully. Take it. Bai Ningbing snorted, and straightforwardly handed over the ice crystal Gu. The two completed the transaction on the spot. Ice crystal Gu was Bai Ningbing's vital Gu. The moment she lost it, blood flowed out of her 7 orifices. Yen Tu's expression was still ugly, he chose the ice crystal Gu to teach Bai Ningbing a lesson. But even so, his loss was too great, a rank 3 ice crystal Gu could not make up for it. Although Bai Ningbing was defeated in this battle, she had still established her reputation. It could be said that she lost with honor. Shang Xinci let out a breath of turbid air, calming her emotions. A pity, if Bai Ningbing had listened to my advice and chose the Frost Demon Gu, the situation would have been better. Wei Yang sighed. Ice Crystal Gu was suitable for males, while Frost Demon Gu was suitable for females. Bai Ningbing lost the Ice Crystal Gu, this might be a rare opportunity. Let her change her mind and choose the Frost Demon Gu, Wei Yang said with an expectant tone. Chapter 320. Did you watch that battle? How wonderful! Bai Ningbing suffered her first defeat, and Yen Tu's victory was not easy. I spent 20 yuan stone, and I felt a little heartache at first. But after seeing it, I immediately felt that the money was well spent. The battle between Bai Ningbing and Yen Tu was like a boulder thrown into a lake, it caused a huge impact in Shang Clan City. In the streets and alleys, everyone was talking about this battle. The older, the wiser. In the end, Lord Yan Tu still won. But even though Bai Ningbing lost, it's still a glorious loss. To be able to fight to this extent, her future is limitless. It's a pity that I didn't get to see this battle. Although Bai Ningbing lost her vital gu and is injured, the ice crystal gu is easy to replenish and will not affect her strength too much. I'm really looking forward to the battle between Fang Zheng and Zhu Kaibei. That's right, this will definitely be a fierce battle. The battle between Fang Yuan and Zhu Kaibei was scheduled for 7 days later. Because of Bai Ningbing's outstanding performance, she received the attention of countless people. But Bai Ningbing was missing. After that battle, she did not return to Nanqiu Garden. Nothing will happen, right? Shang Xinci expressed her worry. Don't worry, I know her. She was arrogant, but she suffered a crushing defeat. Let her be alone. Fang Yuan comforted Shang Xinci instead. Although Bai Ningbing was a girl, she had the heart of a man. All men were like lions and wolves. When they were injured, they would find a secluded corner and silently lick their wounds. Women, on the other hand, were different. When they suffered some grievances, they would have the desire to talk about it. They yearned for protection and comfort. Shang Xinci nodded. Her beautiful eyes were as gentle as water as she looked at Fang Yuan with concern. Can you not fight? That Zhu Kaibei was a character on the same level as Yan Tuesday's sister Bai Yun had already lost, losing the ice crystal gu. Zhu Kaibei is a strength path gu master, if brother He Tu loses all-out effort gu. Bai Ningbing lost the ice crystal gu, but it could be replenished. If Fang Yuan lost the all-out effort gu, he could not make up for it. Fang Yuan smiled faintly. It is precisely because of this that I cannot lose. Alright, I will be refining gu in closed cultivation for the next few days. You go back first. Fang Yuan had long investigated Zhu Kaibei's strength. After the battle between Bai Ningbing and Yan Tu, he had more speculations. Zhu Kaibei was a rank 4 initial stage gu master, comparable to Yan Tuesday. Fang Yuan estimated that with his current methods, he only had a 30% chance of defeating Zhu Kaibei. A 30% chance of winning did not seem high. But in reality, considering the difference in cultivation between the two of them, 30% was already quite good. If the gu refinement succeeds, with the help of that gu, I will have a 60% chance of winning. I hope the gu refinement succeeds. Fang Yuan entered the secret room and started to refine gu. First inner city. In the study, there was a soft light. Shang Yanfei quietly watched the colorful smoke floating in front of him. The colorful smoke billowed, showing the battle between Bai Ningbing and Yan Tuesday. Shang Yanfei watched the entire battle from start to finish, only then did he retract the colorful smoke. Bai Ningbing lost. He had lost his vital gu and was injured. According to the information gathered by Fengyu Manor, Bai Ningbing was currently recuperating at Dr. Su Shou's place. This way, she was punished and taught a lesson for scheming against his second son. Shang Yanfei closed his eyes and leaned back on the chair. Now that Bai Ningbing was defeated and did not pass the test, her aptitude and talent were publicly recognized. In time, she would definitely surpass Yan Tu and have great achievements. This was a genius. Shang Yanfei was also a person who cherished talent. Seeing Bai Ningbing's performance, he had the desire to recruit her for Shang Xinci. After Bai Ningbing, it will be Fang Zheng's turn. I wonder what kind of surprise he can bring me. But, I heard he has a heavenly essence treasure lotus. Shang Clan City's living treasure door also had 2 heavenly essence treasure lotuses. There was also a heavenly essence treasure monarch lotus. But to take out these lotuses, they would have to pay an even greater price. With living treasure door guarding it, even if Shang Yanfei was the clan leader, he had to follow the rules set by his ancestors. Fang Zheng is a strength path gu master. Even if he has the heavenly essence treasure lotus, he would not be able to display its value. I might as well give it to Xinci. Shang Yanfei pondered for a while before sitting up straight and sending out a paper crane's secret letter. The paper crane flew along the secret path and into a secret room. Zhu Kai-bei and Yen Tu immediately sensed it and gathered in the secret room. Master has another secret letter. Yen Tu opened the secret letter and glanced at it before handing it to Zhu Kai-bei. This is for you. Zhu Kai-bei looked through it and muttered to himself, Master guessed that Fang Yuan has a heavenly essence treasure lotus. If I win this battle, I will try to ask for this grass goo. If I don't have this goo, I cannot choose the all-out effort goo. Saying so, Zhu Kai-bei's brows slightly furrowed. He had originally wanted to ask for Fang Yuan's all-out effort goo. This legendary goo was extremely attractive to a strength path goo master like him. But Shang Yanfei had sent such an order. Master cherishes talent and wants to protect that Fangzheng until he grows up. Yen Tu analyzed. Raising his head, he saw Zhu Kai-bei's tightly furrowed brows and consoled, Brother Zhu, you need to pay attention to your mentality. We are already Shang clan's hidden elders, we have to obey the clan leader's orders. It's no longer the same as before, when I could roam the world freely and do whatever I wanted. Zhu Kai-bei nodded his head heavily and sighed, speaking of which, that period of time is really worth reminiscing. Roaming the world alone, free and unrestrained. Could it be that Brother Zhu wants to become a demonic goo master again? Yen Tu's tone was solemn. Zhu Kai-bei chuckled, Brother Yen, don't you know me? I was just casually saying it. Although demonic goo masters are unrestrained, the pressure is huge and the risks are also huge. Who knows, one day I might die in the wild and there would be no one to collect my corpse. Yen Tu's expression softened. Zhu Kai-bei and Yen Tu were once solitary demonic goo masters. They had made a name for themselves in southern border and had stood strong for decades. But they were getting more and more tired. Although demonic goo masters had extremely free lives, the pressure was huge. They had to worry about the goo's food, yuan stone, their own safety and so on. The two gradually got tired of this life, but they did not have the courage to change. Until one day, the two met in the wild. There was an extreme lack of trust between demonic goo masters. After the two sensed each other, they immediately attacked, trying to gain the initiative. But who knew that in this battle, the two were evenly matched and fought from day to night. During this period, they used schemes, traps, exerted all their strength, and used all sorts of methods. By the time the sun rose, both were out of strength, their primeval essence was also expended and their bodies were covered in injuries. Looking at the opponent in front of them, they had no strength to deal the final blow and kill the opponent. When the morning light shone on their faces, the two made the same decision. I am tired of this life. Sigh, if I survive this battle, I will go to Shang clan and join the righteous path. Yen Tu softly muttered. So tiring, after this battle, I will go to Shang clan and fight for that external elder position. Zhu Kai-bei fiercely cursed. For some reason, the two said it at the same time. After saying so, they looked at each other. After a moment of silence, the two laughed loudly. This was fate, like heaven's arrangement. Two veteran demonic goo masters who had no sense of trust at all, on this day, gained a lifelong friend at the same time. As if they wanted to throw away the shadow of their past, they started to change and chose to trust each other. This trust was unreserved trust towards each other. The two went from one extreme to another extreme. But speaking of which, Brother Yen, you suffered a huge loss this time, you are covered in dust. Zhu Kai-bei winked and said. Others would never imagine he would have such an expression. Usually, Zhu Kai-bei was solemn like steel and meticulous. But in fact, this was only a mask he had cultivated when he was roaming the demonic path. Only in front of his best friend, Yen Tu, would he show his true nature. Yen Tu snorted coldly, his brows gradually relaxing as he sighed, this Bai Ning Bing is not simple, she will surpass us one day. I only won by a move or two, if she was rank 4, the result would be hard to say. Zhu Kai-bei nodded. I also disguised myself to watch your battle, the younger generation will surpass us in time. Yan Tu patted Zhu Kai-bei's shoulder. That Fang Zheng is as famous as Bai Ningbing. They came to Shang Clan City together and lived together. Their relationship is not simple. They are called the twin stars of Yanwu, some also call them the black and white demons. With Bai Ningbing's strength, Fang Zheng is definitely not weak. Brother Zhu, when you are at your strongest is also when you are at your weakest, you need to be careful. Zhu Kai-bei smiled proudly. Brother, take a look at this. Saying so, he took out a gu from his aperture. This gu was the size of a fist and had the shape of a beetle, black like iron. Hard chi gu. Yan Tu's expression turned to joy after a moment of shock. This is great, Brother Zhu. When you use killer moves, your defense will fall. With this gu, you can make up for your weakness. This gu is precious and not commonly seen, you need to feed it well. Zhu Kai-bei nodded. After keeping the hard chi gu, he sighed. Unfortunately, this is only a hard chi gu and not strength chi gu. If I had strength chi gu, my battle strength would rise and undergo a qualitative change, it would be more than enough to increase my battle strength by 2 times. Yan Tu laughed heartily. You are too greedy, like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Ancient chi path has already disappeared, strength chi gu is already extinct. You are already very lucky to be able to obtain a hard chi gu, don't be greedy. Zhu Kai-bei also laughed. That's true. But it's only human nature to be greedy, ha ha ha. Ancient chi path appeared much earlier than strength path. Chi path gu worms could be transformed into formless gu worms, their effects were usually very miraculous. In ancient times, when chi path was at its peak, 8 out of 10 gu masters cultivated chi path. However, flowers bloom and wilt, flourish and decline, this was the law of nature, chi path was not exempt from it. After flourishing for a while, chi path gradually weakened and was replaced by strength path. Chapter 321. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye, the battle stage welcomed the attention of the entire city. Zhu Kai-bei forcefully challenged Fang Yuan. The former was an expert of the older generation, his reputation was awe-inspiring and he held up half the sky. The latter was a rising star in the last 2 years, shining brightly and was a young expert of the younger generation. In addition to the brilliance of the battle itself, the battle between Bai Ningbing and Yan Tu before eating served as an excellent foreshadowing. After 7 days of fermenting, its influence had spread to the whole of Shang Clan City. Please search for floating astronomy. As a result, today's battle stage was almost filled with spectators. The battle stage also took advantage of the situation and arranged for this battle to be a large-scale event. Shang Qi-wen, who was in charge of the battle stage, had gained a great achievement and was in a good mood these days. The battle had not started yet, but the people in the city were already discussing it. Is Zhu Kai-bei from half the sky more experienced, or can Fang Zheng win as the weaker one? Many people were discussing this question. The battle between the old and the new attracted many people's attention. Both are Strength Path Gu Masters, this is the revival of Strength Path Gu Masters. Many Strength Path Gu Masters were extremely proud and were looking forward to this battle. In their opinion, this battle had a huge significance. No matter what, Fang Zheng has to fight with all his strength. Otherwise, his all-out effort gu will be taken away by Zhu Kai-bei. Fang Zheng is only rank 3 middle stage, although he has great battle strength, his cultivation is lower than Bai Ningbing's. Not to mention comparing him to Zhu Kai-bei. After dozens of battles, Fang Yuan's strength could no longer be concealed. Most people did not think highly of him because the difference in cultivation was too great. Fang Zheng is here. Suddenly, someone shouted from the crowd. Fang Yuan walked slowly. With a calm expression, he arrived at the stage. This was a large-scale battle stage with a black stone forest terrain. Fang Yuan came to the center of the stage and stood still. He crossed his arms and scanned the surroundings. Black stone pillars, each thick and sturdy, were erected in the center of the stage, covering the entire stage. Outside the stage, the crowd gathered in a circle around the stage. This was Fang Yuan's first time in the past 2 years. It was the match with the largest number of spectators. Fang Yuan knew in his heart that Shang Xinci and Wei Yang were definitely among the crowd, even Bai Ningbing was there, but they were all in disguise. He also heard from Shang Xinci. The young masters of Shang clan were all here. This reminded Fang Yuan of his first martial arts demonstration. At that time, there were almost no spectators, and Fang Yuan was still a nobody. Up until now, his reputation had risen to prominence. Become somebody. It attracted widespread attention. This is the last battle. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. The Three Kings' inheritance was nearing. Including the journey, there wasn't much time left. After winning this match, he would do his best to assist Shang Xinci. Pushing her to the position of young lord would be of great help to Fang Yuan's future plans. When Shang Xinci becomes the young master, it will be the day Fang Yuan leaves Shang clan city. No one knew the identities of Zhu Kaibei and Yan Tuesday. How could Fang Yuan not see it clearly? As long as they were in the battle rest field, they could become Shang clan's external elder. Shang Yanfei wanted to control this channel. It was normal for him to arrange chess pieces like Zhu Kaibei and Yan Tuesday. Fang Yuan had never thought of dominating the battle stage. Becoming an external elder was something that many people yearned for even in their dreams. Sparrows and swallows often made their homes under the eaves, while eagles built their nests on cliffs. Not to mention Shang clan's external elder, Fang Yuan didn't even care about the position of clan leader. These positions seemed noble and dazzling, but they were actually shackles of fame and fortune. What a pity! In the mortal world, who knew how many people had been shackled by such shackles? Zhu Kaibei also came to the stage. He had a towering stature, his expression was like steel. His joints were broad, his muscles stacked together, giving people a strong and imposing feeling. In Fang Yuan's previous life's memories, during the righteous demonic battle on Yitian Mountain, Zhu Kaibei had a great performance. He had killed many famous demonic path Gu masters, and was one of Shang Yanfei's capable generals. On his body, the aura of rank 4 leaked out. Before the battle started, he was already exerting mental pressure on Fang Yuan. In terms of cultivation, Fang Yuan was indeed at a disadvantage. He was rank 3 peak stage now, and was using breath concealment Gu. From the looks of it, he was still at rank 3 middle stage. But even if his cultivation was low, so what? He. Fang Yuan squinted, his eyes shining with brilliance. A few days ago, he had refined that Gu, and his chances of winning had risen to 60%. Although his opponent was strong, he knew he would definitely win. This was not arrogance, confidence, or arrogance, but a type of mentality. Demonic heart. I can't lose, I can't fall, I have to win, I have to win. Even if there is less than 10% chance of winning, even if there is no chance of winning, I have to have the mentality to win. Once a demonic Gu master fails, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. Thus, I have to succeed, I have to keep winning. There is no what if, and no what if. The 500 years of experience in his previous life had caused Fang Yuan to develop such a mentality. Winner takes all, step on other people's corpses, step on them, and step onto the peak. Only I am the one who bears down on the world, no matter what sense of propriety, righteousness, honor, fame, wealth, beauty, gratitude, grudges, love, hatred, they cannot be an obstacle, they can all be used. This was the difference between Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan. Bai Ningbing had the desire to win, while Fang Yuan had the heart to win. Nothing can stop me. Even if I perish, my heart will not be perturbed. Zhu Kaibei walked to Fang Yuan, standing still and maintaining his silence. He was not a talkative person. Similarly, Fang Yuan did not like to talk nonsense. The two looked at each other, ignoring the clamor of the outside world. One's gaze was firm, while the other's eyes were dark and deep. Clang! The bell rang, announcing the start of the battle. All-out effort gu. Almost at the same time, Fang Yuan's eyes shone brightly. He poured his quintessential essence into it, and the image of a steed appeared in the air behind him. The horse raised its head, its four hooves galloping. With the strength of one horse, Fang Yuan activated vertical crash gu. Swoosh! He charged towards Zhu Kai Bei. His speed was as fast as a galloping horse. But when he rushed in front of Zhu Kai Bei, the horse phantom suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a wild boar phantom. The boar's eyes were scarlet red, its fangs protruding. Its aura was fierce. Horsepower could increase the speed of charging, while boar strength could increase the force of charging. Fang Yuan could now freely switch between beast phantoms. Seeing Fang Yuan charging straight at him, Zhu Kai Bei was expressionless, opening his mouth. His teeth were as white as snow. At this moment, two tiger teeth grew rapidly. They gradually expanded and protruded. They grew into two pure white elephant tusks. The elephant tusks bent inwards, the sharp tip piercing into Zhu Kai Bei's chest. But the wound did not bleed, instead it was spreading rapidly. A set of pure white armor appeared. A milky white layer of ice spread over his body, and the armor quickly covered his upper body. Fang Yuan charged over. Good. Zhu Kai Bei did not dodge. Instead, he stepped forward, lowering his waist and shoulder, colliding with Fang Yuan. Bam! A loud sound. The two's shoulders collided fiercely. Fang Yuan retreated 5 steps. Zhu Kai Bei was sent flying. This scene caused many people to cry out in surprise. How can this be? Zhu Kai Bei was not Fang Zheng's match. All-out effort gu's power is really strong. Something is wrong. How did Fang Zheng suddenly have rank 3 peak stage cultivation? Fang Yuan attacked, breath concealment gu's effect was broken, the aura of rank 3 peak stage leaked out, and was quickly sensed by countless people. Zhu Kai Bei's eyes flashed with a trace of shock. But soon, it disappeared. He crawled up from the ground, not suffering much damage. However, the shoulder armor was full of cracks. But soon, these cracks gradually disappeared. The white armor continued to spread, and soon, it covered Zhu Kai Bei's arms, waist and abdomen. This was the effect of Zhu Kai Bei continuously activating the ivory white armor gu. Ivory white armor gu was a rank 4 gu worm, it had strong defense. But its weakness was, it needed to grow for a period of time, it had no ductility. When the battle ended, the gu master would have to destroy the armor if they wanted to remove it. Fang Yuan shrugged his shoulders, feeling a little sore. Earlier, he did not use golden shield gu, copper skin, iron bones, steel tendon, these 3 complemented each other, giving him a strong defense. Strength was mutual, and strength path gu masters had high requirements for defense gu. The collision just now was just a small test. This Zhu Kai Bei has great strength, he is the strongest opponent I have met since rebirth. At the same time, his defense is also very strong. Fang Yuan's gaze was eerie as he pounced again. Bam bam bam. Both sides raised their fists and punched each other. Zhu Kai Bei was at a disadvantage. Fang Yuan naturally would not give him a chance, the ivory white armor broke again and again under Fang Yuan's iron fists, unable to regenerate. But Zhu Kai Bei's strength was also increasing. From being suppressed at the start, to gradually being able to stand on equal footing with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was not surprised, he had detailed information on Zhu Kai Bei, he knew that he had a rank 4 habitual strength gu. All-out effort gu was already extinct, and to replace it, the current strength path gu masters had developed habitual strength gu. Habitual strength gu's predecessor was the rank 3 accumulation strength gu. Strength accumulation gu could accumulate strength in one attack and explode out. But it needed time to accumulate strength, and during this time, the Gu master could not move. It was not very practical. But at rank 4, after the accumulation strength Gu was refined into habitual strength Gu, this weakness was eliminated. After the activation of habitual strength Gu, Ju Kai Bei's strength continued to accumulate, becoming bigger and bigger. At the same time, Ju Kai Bei could move freely. Bam! Fang Yuan's fist smashed on Ju Kai Bei's chest, while Ju Kai Bei's palm chopped on Fang Yuan's shoulder. Both sides took 6 steps back, they were evenly matched this time. But Fang Yuan's entire fist was numb. Ju Kai Bei's chest was wrapped in ivory white armor, there were only slight cracks on it. As time passed, Ju Kai Bei continued to activate the armor, and the ivory white armor became thicker, turning Ju Kai Bei into a monster with thick skin and flesh. Ju Kai Bei's strength was gradually revealed. Not only rank 4 yellow gold primeval essence, but also rank 4 Gu worms. Just one ivory white armor Gu was comparable to Fang Yuan's iron bones, copper skin and steel tendons. Chapter 322. Sweep fists, palm strikes, elbow poke, kick, both sides exchanged blows, fists landing on flesh, close combat, forcefully clashing. Fists and kicks collided, creating intense vibrations. The two figures tangled together, and everywhere they went, the stone forest collapsed one after another. Fang Zheng is gradually falling into a disadvantage. Gradually, the spectators understood the situation. To deal with Ju Kai Bei, we need to defeat him first, don't give him any time. Someone sighed. Ju Kai Bei had habitual strength Gu, the longer he used it, the greater his strength would be. Easy for you to say, who can kill him at the early stage? He has rank 4 cultivation after all, and also has ivory armor Gu, as well as abundant battle experience. It is already not bad that Fang Zheng can fight to this extent. Among the crowd, Bai Ningbing's eyes were eerie as she quietly watched the battle. She was the most familiar with the pressure Fang Yuan was feeling right now. Only by personally fighting a rank 4 Gu master would one understand the huge gap between rank 3 and rank 4. Brother He too. Shang Xinci clenched her fists, her beautiful eyes following Fang Yuan. Wei Yang's brows gradually furrowed. Howl! Suddenly, the roar of a wild beast burst out. The shadow of a dragon and elephant, huge and mighty, suddenly rose up from behind Ju Kai Bei. Dragon Elephant was a giant elephant with dragon blood, its body was even bigger than a mammoth, and it was a ferocious alternative dragon. When lions and tigers met it, they would take a detour, not daring to face it head-on. Killing such a ferocious beast had a high chance of obtaining Dragon Elephant Giant Strength Gu. Dragon Elephant Giant Strength Gu, rank 4. Fang Yuan used Galloping Horse Strength Gu, Green Bull Labor Gu and others, which were also rank 3 Gu. Since Ju Kai Bei became a rank 4 Gu master, he had used 3 Dragon Elephant Giant Strength Gu, adding 3 Beast Phantoms to himself. At this moment, he suddenly attacked with the strength of a dragon elephant. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk, and at the crucial moment, he raised his arms. All-out Gu, Stone Tortoise Strength. Behind him, a giant tortoise phantom rose. Bam! Ju Kai Bei's fist, which was the size of a bowl, fiercely hit Fang Yuan's arms. A huge force surged over, forcing Ju Kai Bei to take a step back, while Fang Yuan was sent flying by Ju Kai Bei's punch. The stone tortoise phantom collapsed with a loud bang, while the dragon elephant phantom rose higher and higher. The stone tortoise was clearly no match for the dragon elephant. Fang Yuan's body was sent flying 30 steps away. He knocked down 2 stone pillars in a row before coming to a stop. Fang Yuan regained his footing and shook his aching and numb arms. Although he was in a sorry state, he was unscathed. The combination of iron bones, steel bars, and copper skin was still very strong. Ju Kai Bei has unleashed the power of the dragon elephant. Outside the arena, many people exclaimed in unison. He has been using habitual strength goo, his strength is getting stronger and stronger. This was only the power of one dragon elephant. Zhu Kaibei had a total of 3 dragon elephant phantoms on his body. I had once seen him use the strength of 3 dragon elephant and instantly burst his opponent's head. Fang Zheng did not restrain Zhu Kaibei. Zhu Kaibei using the strength of the dragon elephant is a sign that he wants to control this battle. Fang Yuan was expressionless as he charged towards Zhu Kaibei again. Both sides tangled together again. Snow-silver primeval essence continued to pour into the all-out effort goo. Boar, brown bear, crocodile, green bull, horse, stone tortoise, white elephant, black python, 8 beast phantoms flashed one after another. After stone tortoise strength goo, Fang Yuan used white elephant primeval strength goo and black python coiling strength goo, adding white elephant phantom and black python phantom to his body. 8 beast phantoms was the limit of Fang Yuan's body. Thus, after the black python coiling strength goo, he did not use any other strength goo. In the arena, Fang Yuan unleashed a frenzied offensive, fist winds howled and were extremely fierce. Such a terrifying offensive made people's hearts palpitate. Zhu Kaibei had just erupted and used the strength of one dragon elephant, but his strength returned to normal as habitual strength goo started to accumulate strength again. But Fang Yuan used his full strength and immediately turned the situation around. In the air, his 8 beast phantoms flickered continuously, with the occasional appearance of a dragon elephant phantom. But every time the dragon elephant phantom appeared, it would send Fang Yuan flying. As time passed, Fang Yuan's injuries accumulated, and even his bronze skin could not block Zhu Kaibei's enormous strength, his skin and flesh were lacerated. Meanwhile, Zhu Kaibei's whole body was covered in a layer of ivory armor, and although his armor was full of injuries and cracks, he did not fall, like an iron tower that stood on the ground. After a while. Chance. Zhu Kaibei made very few mistakes, this was a rare opportunity. Fang Yuan grasped this fleeting opportunity and suddenly went behind him, slapping with his palm. The brown bear phantom appeared. This attack was extremely heavy, if it landed, he would definitely vomit a mouthful of blood. Zhu Kaibei did not have time to block, he could only turn around and sweep his arm. Howl! Suddenly, there was an elephant's cry, and the dragon elephant phantom rose, completely suppressing the brown bear. Fang Yuan was instead sent flying, this was the 8th time. The number of dragon elephant phantoms appearing became more and more frequent. When they did not appear, Fang Yuan had the slight initiative. But once they appeared, none of the beast phantoms were his match. Fang Yuan's beast phantoms were all ordinary wild beasts, but Dragon Elephant had a slight dragon bloodline, it was already a mutated beast. After fighting for an hour, howl! 2 Dragon Elephant phantoms appeared above Zhu Kaibei's head. His fists fiercely hit Fang Yuan's chest, sending the latter flying far away. Fang Yuan vomited blood in the air, his vision turning upside down. Bam 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 bam. 5 stone pillars were destroyed by him in a row. Fang Yuan fell on the ground, dust rising and covering his body. So tragic. Seeing this, many Gu masters' eyelids twitched. Fang Yuan's current situation was too tragic to look at. Rank 3 beast phantoms are not the rank 4 dragon elephant phantoms match. Fang Zheng might have all-out effort Gu, but he can only summon 1 beast phantom at a time. It is inferior to Zhu Kaibei's habitual strength Gu. How can this be? All-out effort Gu is a legendary Gu, how can it be inferior to ordinary habitual strength Gu? Someone was shocked. Soon, someone explained, this is not the all-out effort Gu's problem, but Fang Zheng himself. Fang Zheng has the strength of 8 beasts, he is like a huge water vat, but the water outlet is a small bamboo pipe. All-out effort Gu can make the bamboo pipe come out of the water at full speed, while habitual strength Gu is like a bucket drawing water from the vat. All-out effort gu is like a small stream that flows for a long time, while habitual strength gu accumulates and explodes. Brother He too. Seeing Fang Yuan's figure being engulfed by the dust, Shang Xinc's heart jumped and she had difficulty breathing. But soon, everyone saw a black figure slowly stand up from the dust. 3 broken ribs, and his internal organs seemed to be bleeding. Such a powerful attack. Fang Yuan endured the heart-wrenching pain, his lips curling into a smile. He had a will of steel, so what was this pain? What was this injury? The pain surged his battle intent, burning like fire. His blood was boiling like boiling water. This kind of battle is exciting. Defeating such a strong enemy is interesting. He, ha ha ha. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed heartily in the dust. What is Fang Jing talking about? Why does he seem to be laughing? Did he become stupid from Zhu Kaibei's attack? Because of the barrier, everyone could not hear clearly. Hearing Fang Yuan's wild laughter, Zhu Kaibei's expression changed for the first time since the start of the battle. This lad. His expression sank, he felt something familiar yet strange from the laughter. After thinking for a while, he came to a realization. This was the aura of the demonic path. Killing intent as sharp as a blade, madness to destroy the world, arrogance to look down on the world, ruthlessness to trample on all living beings, this laughter seemed to bring Zhu Kaibei back to the past. That unbearable past. Every day was spent in killing, like walking alone in the endless darkness, with no one to talk to. The endless loneliness turned into fear, the demonic path life worse than death, you have to move forward, you have to win all the way. It was like walking on a tightrope at the edge of a cliff, your nerves stretched to the limit, unable to relax. If you lose, you might fall into the abyss and be consigned to eternal damnation. Zhu Kaibei was sick of such a life, so he joined Shang clan and became a hidden elder. All these years, he was a person who almost drowned, struggling out of the sea of bitterness, climbing ashore and gasping for breath. He was already standing ashore, but Fang Yuan's laughter was like a wave, making him look back at the sea of bitterness. This laughter evoked a trace of fear in Zhu Kaibei's heart. Don't go back to the past, I don't even want to think about the past, a prodigal son is worth more than gold, I have already repented, I have started a new life, I am a member of the righteous path. Righteous and demonic are irreconcilable. Zhu Kaibei's face trembled, a trace of extreme hatred towards Fang Yuan emerged from the depths of his heart. Dragon Travel Tiger Steps Gu. Zhu Kaibei took the initiative to attack, taking large steps like a tiger or a dragon, charging into the dust cloud. Every step he took was accompanied by the roars of dragons and dragons. This was the rank 4 Dragon Travel Tiger Steps Gu, it allowed Zhu Kaibei to move forward rapidly, and it was similar to charging Crash Gu, using the force of collision to unleash the hidden strength in Zhu Kaibei's body. Zhu Kaibei fiercely charged into the dust cloud, facing Fang Yuan. Howl! Dragon Elephant Phantoms appeared again. He didn't hit 2 of them, only 1. But this was enough to suppress Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not dodge, he took the attack head-on, a stone tortoise phantom rising from his back. The two fiercely collided. The shockwave from the collision blew away the surrounding dust cloud. Zhu Kaibei had an astonished gaze as he retreated 5 steps. But Fang Yuan did not move a single inch. Outside the arena, bewildered gasps could be heard. What is going on? This scene was out of everyone's expectations. It was the strength of the stone tortoise against the strength of the dragon elephant, but why were the results so different? Zhu Kaibei gritted his teeth and charged again. Bam! With a loud sound, he was sent flying by Fang Yuan's punch, flying like a sandbag before crashing on the ground. He struggled to get up, his gaze fixed on the sky above Fang Yuan's head. In the air, the brown bear and boar phantoms were slowly dissipating. He attacked 2 beast phantoms at the same time. How is this possible? This defies logic. Chapter 323. Two Beast Phantoms, Did I See Wrongly? Outside the arena, Yen Tu stared with his eyes wide open. To be able to shoot out two beast phantoms at the same time, what gu did he use? Zhu Kai Bei's expression turned solemn as he stared at Fang Yuan. Suddenly, his pupils shrunk. It's here. Vertical crash gu. Fang Yuan's expression was cold, his eyes were like an unfathomable black pool as he charged towards Zhu Kai Bei. At the same time, in the air above his head, a horse and boar phantoms appeared. The boar's strength increased the force of his charge, while the horse's strength increased Fang Yuan's speed, increasing the speed of his charge. With the support of the two strengths, Fang Yuan was like a ferocious boar or a galloping horse, his figure continuously enlarged in Zhu Kai Bei's eyes. Dragon Travel Tiger Steps gu. Facing Fang Yuan's powerful attack, Zhu Kai Bei's figure leaped, the dragon and tiger roars resounded again. This time, he took the initiative to dodge, and Fang Yuan brushed past him. Vertical crash gu's flaw was that when charging, it was a straight line, it could be easily detected by the opponent and easily dodged, causing the attack to be useless. Zhu Kai Bei dodged. He has always been charging head-on, rarely dodging. This is the first time he dodged since the start of the battle. Fang Zheng can shoot out two beast phantoms at the same time, while Zhu Kai Bei's habitual strength gu needs to recharge. Dodging was a wise move. Fang Zheng is still too inexperienced, although he has good gu worms, his battle experience is far from Zhu Kai Bei's. This attack was not handled well, ugh. Before the person outside the arena could finish his evaluation, there was a sudden change in the arena. After Fang Yuan brushed past Zhu Kai Bei, he suddenly stopped activating all-out effort gu. The two beast phantoms dissipated, the force of the charge immediately fell to the bottom, and he crashed into a black stone pillar. The black stone pillar collapsed, and Fang Yuan's charge came to a stop. Horizontal charge gu. Fang Yuan charged sideways, punching with both fists. The brown bear and white elephant phantoms suddenly rose into the air. The distance was too close, Zhu Kai Bei was caught off guard and was struck, his body flying high up in the air. The person who said Fang Yuan was too inexperienced was speechless. Many people's eyes shine. Fang Yuan's attack this time seemed ordinary, but in fact contained many things. It was exceptionally brilliant. All-out effort gu can activate and unleash a burst of attack, of course. Switching between activating and deactivating allowed Fang Yuan to be extremely nimble and flexible. At the same time, he make use of the terrain. Zhu Kai Bei was hit by Fang Yuan in one strike, not because he was not smart, but because he was used to using habitual strength gu. His rich experience had caused him to have a blind spot in his thinking. Fang Yuan once again. Zhu Kai Bei turned into a punching bag, unable to retaliate. He could only hold his breath and defend. Heavens, Fang Zheng is actually suppressing Zhu Kai Bei as a mere rank 3 peak stage. An unimaginable scene is actually happening right in front of my eyes. All-out effort gu is after all a legendary gu, its power is miraculous, even rank 4 habitual strength gu cannot compare to it. Fang Zheng has already used all-out effort gu to perfection, although he does not have rich battle experience, his talent is enough to make up for it. There was a commotion outside the arena. Boom! A cloud of dust rose into the air. Zhu Kai Bei's tall body was like a flying sack, crashing into several thick black stone pillars. Guh! He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood, struggling to get up, but Fang Yuan had already pounced, not giving him any chance to breathe. Stepping on the ground, the two beast phantoms of a horse and a green bull appeared at the same time. Zhu Kai Bei rolled on the ground, miserably dodging this attack. Fang Yuan's right foot stomped on the ground, letting out a muffled sound. Rocks and soil flew, and the entire battle stage shook slightly. Under his feet, an obvious crater suddenly appeared. Vertical crash gu. Fang Yuan charged again, the brown bear and white elephant phantoms appearing at the same time. Damn it! This time, Ju Kai Bei could not dodge in time, he could only grit his teeth and block with his arms. Roar! Roar! Two dragon and elephant phantoms appeared from his body, rising into the air, making Fang Yuan's brown bear and white elephant phantoms pale in comparison. Fang Yuan crashed into Ju Kai Bei's body, causing Ju Kai Bei to retreat slightly, while he himself was sent flying. Two beast phantoms could suppress one dragon and elephant. But with two dragon and elephant phantoms pressuring him, Fang Yuan was at a disadvantage. He finally unleashed the strength of twin dragon and elephant. Ju Kai Bei breathed out. Fang Yuan's battle strength was so fierce that it shocked him. Only the eruption of twin dragon and elephant phantoms could turn the situation around. Habitual strength Gu, although rank 4, was inferior to all-out effort Gu. Ju Kai Bei activated habitual strength Gu, accumulating and increasing his strength, then unleashing the beast phantoms. But Ju Kai Bei did not know when he would be able to unleash them. Even if he unleashed them, Ju Kai Bei would need to recharge his strength, causing his battle strength to fall temporarily. Ju Kai Bei's strength was like a water tank. Habitual strength Gu was like a bucket, every time it was unleashed. On the other hand, all-out effort Gu could be unleashed at will, completely depending on Fang Yuan's will. In fact, when Fang Yuan did not want to unleash it, he would stop activating it, unleashing and retracting as he wished. This allowed Fang Yuan to advance and retreat with a sense of propriety, fierce and flexible at the same time. If only I had the all-out effort Gu, sigh. Unfortunately, even if I won, Shang Yan Fei would not allow me to obtain the all-out effort Gu. Ju Kai Bei felt very regretful. When he became a demonic path Gu master, he was free and could do whatever he wanted. After joining the righteous path, although it was stable and had ample resources, he felt restricted when doing things. If I really chose the all-out effort Gu, what would happen? Such a thought suddenly appeared, but was immediately dispelled by Ju Kai Bei. If he did that, he would undoubtedly offend Shang Yan Fei. Shang Yan Fei was not only a rank 5 expert, he was also in charge of Shang clan. If he did not listen to his orders, even if he escaped in the future, there would be no peace. Wait. Why am I thinking so much? The most important thing now is to defeat Fang Zheng. Ju Kai Bei's gaze focused, activating Dragon Travel Tiger Steps Gu and attacking Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had just been injured, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his iron-like arm bones were showing signs of cracking. The intense pain caused Fang Yuan to grin instead. All-out effort Gu. Brown bear, white elephant and green bull phantoms burst out at the same time. Even Ju Kai Bei couldn't help but widen his eyes, revealing a look of astonishment. What happened to Fang Yuan earlier was also happening to him. Ju Kai Bei had wanted to take advantage of the situation and take the initiative to attack, but he was sent flying instead. The thick ivory white armor on his chest was smashed into a large hole. He spat out a mouthful of blood, the black stone pillar was knocked down and collapsed on the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Ju Kai Bei gritted his teeth and quickly got up. 3 beast phantoms. The spectators were in an uproar. He had seen the earlier scene very clearly. Fang Yuan sent out 3 beast phantoms. How did he do that? Many people looked at each other. He sent out 2 beast phantoms earlier, but now he sent out 3. Many people were speechless. Even more people had guesses. Don't tell me. Ju Kai Bei stared at Fang Yuan and squeezed out a word, bitter strength Gu. That's right, it was bitter strength Gu. Bitter strength Gu was a rank 4 Gu, a perfect match for strength path Gu masters. The more injured the Gu master was, the greater the pain they felt, and the greater the strength they could use. Of course, there was a limit to the strength they could use, it depended on the Gu master's foundation. Fang Yuan had 8 beast phantoms on him, the strength they contained was like a large water vat. All-out effort Gu was like a bamboo pipe that could be opened and closed at any time, continuously drawing out water. Now, After Fang Yuan was injured and used bitter strength gu, it was like opening up many small holes around the water vat. All-out effort gu added bamboo pipes to these holes, allowing Fang Yuan to use them as he pleased. When using all-out effort gu alone, Fang Yuan only had one bamboo pipe to draw water, thus he could only send out one beast phantoms. But now, he was affected by his injuries, and used the bitter strength gu. It was like adding two new openings to the water tank. Thus, when Fang Yuan used all-out effort gu, he could send out 3 beast phantoms at the same time. To think that bitter strength gu is on him. Didn't Shang Yizi buy this gu in the auction? This bitter strength gu, is it the one in Shang Yizi's hand? Yan Tu guessed the answer from outside the stage. His eyes squinted, his expression was unprecedentedly solemn. If Fang Zheng's bitter strength gu is not Shang Yizi's, then in the auction, he had no doubt played with Shang Yizi. If this bitter strength gu was bought by Shang Yizi, then it is even more terrifying. Shang Yizi had been stripped of his young master position because he and Fang Zheng falsified accounts together. Maybe this bitter strength gu is Fang Zheng's spoils of war. This kid is not simple. Brother Zhu, you need to control yourself. Yan Tu could not help but worry about Zhu Kai Bei's situation. Zhu Kai Bei felt a bitter taste in his mouth. First, it was all-out effort gu, now it was bitter strength gu. These two gu were what he, Zhu Kai Bei, yearned for day and night, searching for them bitterly, but to no avail. But Fang Yuan had 2 gu at such a young age, such luck and opportunity made a senior like him green with envy. With bitter strength gu, the more injured Fang Yuan was, the more holes in his body became, and the stronger his battle strength became. In other words, every time Zhu Kai Bei was injured, Fang Yuan's battle strength increased. This was not a good feeling. Those with weaker mental fortitude would not even want to fight with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan got stronger the more he fought, and the more injured he was, the stronger his strength became. More importantly, he had 8 beast phantoms. If they burst out together, even Zhu Kai Bei's 3 dragon elephants would not be able to help. What made Zhu Kai Bei even more dejected was that he knew Fang Yuan had a self-reliance gu. Self-reliance gu, to Fang Yuan, had a very good healing effect. Fang Yuan could heal himself while being injured, maintaining his strength at a terrifying level. All-out effort gu, bitter strength gu, self-reliance gu, the 3 formed an ingenious combination, forming a solid foundation. At this point, Fang Yuan's plan of using gu worms had already reached a small success stage, forming the framework. The effect was outstanding, even the rank 4 Zhu Kai Bei would be at a disadvantage against this gu worm set. Chapter 324. However, even if Fang Yuan has bitter strength gu, the strength he can erupt with is at most 8 beast strength. Bitter strength gu does not provide endless strength. Shang clan leader did not allow me to take all-out effort gu, I can still choose bitter strength gu. Thinking of this, Zhu Kai Bei's eyes brightened. Be it all-out effort gu or bitter strength gu, they were extremely attractive to strength path gu masters. I have not lost yet. I am rank 4 initial stage, I have the advantage in terms of primeval essence, moreover, I still have killer moves. Zhu Kai Bei was very experienced in battle. After a few moments of contemplation, he sorted out his emotions and reorganized his troops, raising the low morale of his troops. The two began to fight again. The battle could no longer be described as intense, it was more appropriate to describe it as tragic. Both sides punched and kicked, exchanging attacks and defenses. Zhu Kai Bei's ivory white armor was constantly breaking and mending, blood spurting out of his mouth from time to time. Fang Yuan was not much better off, he restrained himself from using self-reliance gu, his whole body was lacerated and bleeding, his ribs were broken, endless pain attacked his nerves like a tide. The more severe his injuries, the stronger his strength. Not long after, he could summon 5 beast strength phantoms at the same time. Zhu Kai Bei's situation was even more dangerous. He was almost suppressed by Fang Yuan to the point of not being able to raise his head. This was an unprecedented experience in the battle stage. Even Yan Tu was only evenly matched with him. "Junior, you are too arrogant." Zhu Kai Bei was furious, his fists sweeping horizontally. "Three dragon elephant." He suddenly erupted. The dragon elephant's huge figure appeared in the air. Fang Yuan was sent flying without any hesitation. 3 dragon elephants suppressed 5 beast phantoms. The 2 arms that Fang Yuan used to block were strangely twisted, completely fractured. His left arm was even bent at a right angle, the broken arm bone was exposed and dripping with blood. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and activated self-reliance Gu. Such injuries had already affected his battle strength and could not be healed. He first healed his right arm, then forcefully straightened his twisted left arm, forcefully putting it together, before activating the self-reliance Gu. Very soon, the severed arm began to grow back. The bone mass increased and reconnected. Then it was the broken flesh, and finally the skin. While recovering, Fang Yuan kept dodging Zhu Kai Bei's attacks. He continuously used horizontal charge Gu and vertical crash Gu, doing 3 things at the same time to deal with Zhu Kai Bei. When he attacked, he was powerful and domineering, strong and fierce. When dodging, it was a completely different style. He was calm and collected, not panicking in the face of danger. He was as slippery as a loach. He made full use of the surrounding black rock forest. Zhu Kai Bei's dragon travel tiger steps Gu was faster than Fang Yuan, but it could not catch him. After Fang Yuan recovered, he turned around and fought again. As time passed, the battle grew more and more desperate. Fang Yuan's 5 beast phantoms gradually increased to 6, then 7, then 8. At the beginning of the battle, there would be people cheering from time to time. Now that the situation had reached such a stage, they gradually fell silent and no one made a sound. Fang Yuan and Zhu Kai Bei's terrifying strength caused everyone to shiver in fear. Too scary. Such strength, one can only imagine the magnificence of the ancient strength path. If it were me, no matter who I was fighting, I would have been smashed into minced meat. Everyone was speechless, secretly admiring Fang Yuan and Zhu Kai Bei's unyielding spirit. These 2 men were truly tough men of steel. No one could predict the result of this battle. Fang Yuan was very strong, using 8 beast phantoms and suppressing Zhu Kai Bei most of the time. However, Zhu Kai Bei was not weak either, his healing Gu was also very effective. In addition, with the combination of Dragon Guts Gu, Dragon Formed Tiger Steps Gu, and Dragon Elephant Gu, the law fragments of the 3 were similar, forming a Dao pattern resonance, greatly increasing the chances of using Dragon Elephant Phantoms. Shang Xinc's hands were sweating. Wei Yang's frown deepened, turning into a knot. He could see that Fang Yuan was tired. Fang Yuan's iron body could not withstand the full power of the 8 beast phantoms, he was sweating profusely and his muscles were numb. He had an even bigger problem. He could use 8 beast phantoms, but at the same time, it also meant that his injuries were extremely heavy, putting him in danger. Fang Yuan was walking on a tightrope. Once he was hit by Zhu Kai Bei's 3 dragon elephants, he would die. He was risking his life in battle. This was a battle that was extremely firm and resolute. From the start till now, 2 hours had already passed. The battle was gradually entering its final stage, both sides had reached their limits and their attacks were starting to slow down. But the battle became more dangerous, even Bai Ningbing had a solemn expression. The whole place was silent, countless people were watching the battle with full concentration. Zhu Kai Bei was finally impatient. Although he could use 3 dragon elephants, it depended on luck and was not very stable. Sometimes, when they attacked, the timing was not right, allowing Fang Yuan to easily dodge or block them. Why is his primeval essence still not depleted? At this point, even as a rank 4 strength path Gu master, Zhu Kai Bei did not have much primeval essence left. But Fang Yuan, a rank 3 peak stage, was still full of primeval essence, full of energy. Don't tell me, he really has the heavenly essence treasure lotus? Shang Yan Fei's secret letter appeared in Zhu Kai Bei's mind. If Fang Zheng really has it, then his luck is too heaven-defying. Zhu Kai Bei gritted his teeth, the expected advantage did not exist, causing his fighting spirit to fall. But in fact, Fang Yuan not only had the heavenly essence treasure lotus, he also had the blood skull goo and the 4 flavors liquor worm. If Zhu Kai Bei knew of this, his expression would be very interesting. I cannot lose. It seems I can only use my killer move. Zhu Kai Bei made up his mind. Dragon Travel Tiger Steps Goo. He suddenly retreated, this abnormal action immediately attracted Fang Yuan's attention. But Fang Yuan could not catch up. Dragon Travel Tiger Steps was very fast, much faster than horizontal charge goo and vertical crash goo. Adding on this terrain, it was not good for chasing. Almost instantly, everyone's gazes were on Zhu Kai Bei. Many people realized what was going on. Oh no! Wei Yang saw this and his expression changed, he could not help but cry out. What? Shang Xinci quickly looked over. Zhu Kai Bei is going to use his killer move. This battle has finally reached the most crucial moment. Wei Yang's voice was low, sweat dripping down his forehead. He was very nervous, he spoke quickly and explained, Zhu Kai Bei's killer move has a flaw. If Fang Zheng can grasp this flaw, he will be able to clinch victory. If not, I'm afraid Zhu Kai Bei will win. Just as Wei Yang finished speaking, there was a change in the battlefield. Giant Spirit Heart Goo. Giant Spirit Body Goo. Giant Spirit Will Goo. 3 rank 4 goo were activated at the same time. Body and mind as one, essence, qi, and spirit flowing together. Zhu Kai Bei's body suddenly expanded by 3 times, his whole body shining with white spirit light, like a god descending into the world, his aura rising bit by bit. This was his killer move, Giant Spirit Transformation. It could increase a goo master's strength by 3 times. At the same time, their mental strength would increase by 3 times. A goo master controlling goo worms expended mental strength. After a long time, their mental strength would become sluggish. But now that Zhu Kai Bei's mental strength was increased, his mind shook and he became excited again. At the same time, his strength would increase by 3 times, the strength of 3 dragon elephants would become the strength of 9 dragon elephants. Once the 9 dragon elephants burst out, the 8 beast phantoms would be useless, Fang Yuan would lose without a doubt. Zhu Kai Bei reached his strongest moment. But at this moment, the ivory white armor on his body was broken by him. Many defensive goo did not have the ability to extend, ivory white armor was one of them. This is the moment, he is defenseless, his strongest moment is also his weakest moment. Quickly grab this only chance of victory. Wei Yang's eyes opened wide, he clenched his fists and shouted. On the other side, Bai Ningbing's eyes also brightened. As if he had heard Wei Yang's reminder, Fang Yuan was about to make a move, but suddenly his movement stopped. Wei Yang's excitement and joy froze on his face. Make your move. He could not help but shout, his heart pounding. Unfortunately, the barrier blocked the sound, the surrounding people could not help but look at him strangely. Fang Yuan did not move, he watched silently. The broken ivory armor began to regenerate, and a new set of armor was formed, covering Zhu Kai Bei's entire body tightly. Fang Yuan's chance of victory was slipping away, it was getting slimmer and slimmer. Wei Yang stomped his feet anxiously, but it was to no avail. He looked at the sky and sighed, sigh, Fang Zheng lost, he lost his only chance of victory. Fang Yuan did not attack, this made Zhu Kai Bei somewhat surprised. He had expected Fang Yuan to attack, he had already made preparations, but Fang Yuan did not move. This made him feel pity. Because, just earlier, he had used the hard Qi Gu. The hard Qi Gu turned into a formless air current, wrapping around his entire body. At that moment, he seemed to be defenseless, but in fact, his defense was extremely tight, it could be said to be as solid as a rock. With the hard Qi Gu, his biggest flaw was made up for. If Fang Yuan attacked forcefully, he would definitely face Zhu Kai Bei's attacks, he would suffer greatly and most likely lose. But Fang Yuan did not make a move. Even if Zhu Kai Bei purposely slowed down the ivory white armor's growth, Fang Yuan would not move. The latter also did not move, he only watched quietly. Did you notice it? Impossible. The hard Qi Gu is formless, I just obtained it and have not used it. Since you are not attacking, I will. Zhu Kai Bei's eyes shone brightly. Jin transformation was a killer move, to control 3 rank 4 Gu at the same time, be it the yellow gold primeval essence or mental strength, they were both expending intensely. Strength and mental strength increased by 3 times. But at the same time, it was also expending at 3 times the rate. Zhu Kai Bei's Jin transformation could not last long. Dragon movement tiger steps. Zhu Kai Bei charged towards Fang Yuan. Rampaging. Fang Yuan took the initiative to retreat, avoiding the attack. Zhu Kai Bei could not help but be bewildered. Fang Yuan changed his style and suddenly retreated, was he trying to stall for time? It was useless. My body is now 3 times bigger than usual, and my steps are also 3 times longer. If I use Dragon Movement Tiger Steps Gu, my speed will be even faster. Zhu Kai Bei snorted coldly in his heart. Even if Fang Yuan used the terrain of Black Stone Forest, it was of no use. At this point, the Black Stone Forest was almost completely destroyed. What's more, the gigantic spirit transformation was a completely one-sided battle style. For Zhu Kai Bei, it was a completely flat stretch of land. Chapter 325. Seeing that Fang Yuan was about to be caught, Shang Xin's heart tightened. Fang Yuan's injuries were severe, if he was hit by Zhu Kai Bei's 3 dragon elephant strength, he would die. Right now, Zhu Kai Bei was strong, if Fang Yuan got close to him, he would be in danger. But Fang Yuan's movement speed was slower than Zhu Kai Bei. Unless he had a strong long-range attack method to restrain Zhu Kai Bei. Fang Zheng, you lost. Zhu Kai Bei walked over, he knew that Fang Yuan had a Blood Moon Gu. But how could such a weak long-range attack stop him? Ordinary long-range attacks could not stop him at all. In the whole battle stage, only Yen Tu's Fire Sea Twin Dragon could block his Jin transformation. Fang Zheng is going to lose. So Zhu Kai Bei is the victor of this battle. Old ginger is spicier, the spectators discussed, the situation was very clear now. Sigh. Wei Yang heaved a long sigh. Shang Xinci could not help but close her eyes. Bai Ning Bing's gaze also dimmed. He. Yen suddenly laughed lightly. With Fang Yuan's defeat, Shang Yanfei's mission was completed. Unless, Fang Yuan had strong long-range attacks and could stop Zhu Kai Bei from getting close. However, Strength Path Gu Masters were mostly close-range fighters, their long-range attacks were very weak and were usually just for the occasion. This was a common weakness of Strength Path Gu Masters nowadays, and could be easily exploited. Yen Tu and Zhu Kai Bei had many intense battles, some of them relied on long-range attacks to restrain Zhu Kai Bei, and he won with a slight advantage. Other than that, he did not restrain Zhu Kai Bei, causing Zhu Kai Bei to lose in close-range combat. Close-range and long-range attacks were crucial in battles against Strength Path Gu Masters, even to the point of deciding victory. It's over. Zhu Kai Bei was already very close to Fang Yuan, many people sighed. But right at this moment, Fang Yuan's lips curled into a smile. His eerie black eyes suddenly shone with a cold light. It was time. 8 phantoms suddenly rose behind him. Next, he activated his goo worm and lightly pointed his finger. The snow-silver primeval essence in his aperture fell by 40%. Some kind of miraculous change occurred. The beast power phantom that was originally just a pure Tao pattern suddenly became plentiful, turning from illusion to reality. It turned from a shadow into a real shadow. Wild boar, brown bear, crocodile, green bull, horse, stone turtle, white elephant, black python, all descended from the sky with a loud bang, attacking Ju Kai Bei. At this moment, everyone was stunned. The turnaround was so sudden that Ju Kai Bei could almost see the scene of Fang Yuan bowing his head in defeat under his fist. But in the next moment, the 8 great beasts pounced on him, surrounding him from all directions. The wild boar charged, the brown bear slapped, the crocodile bit, the green ox pointed its horns, the steed trampled its hooves, the stone turtle suppressed, the white elephant swung its tusks, and the black python coiled around its body. Bang bang bang, roar, boom boom boom, the 8 beast phantoms seemed to have gone berserk as they attacked Ju Kai Bei fiercely. Dust rose and rocks flew. Ju Kai Bei was surrounded by the 8 beast phantoms and was beaten up mercilessly. Attacks came from all directions. Ju Kai Bei's huge body that had expanded to 3 times its original size became the best punching bag. The ivory armor that covered his whole body could not hold on any longer and broke apart, white fragments flying everywhere. Where it wasn't broken, there were also densely packed cracks. Countless people stared with their eyes and mouths wide open, looking at this scene in extreme shock. There were close to 1,000 Gu masters watching the battle. Right now, no one made a sound. They were dumbfounded as they looked at the 8 frenzied beast phantoms submerging Ju Kai Bei's figure. After a while, the 8 beast phantoms turned from solid to phantom, vanishing without a trace. As the dust settled, Ju Kai Bei was half kneeling on the ground, his arms hugging his head as he breathed roughly. Finally resisted. He slowly retracted his arms, raising his head to look at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was holding 2 yuan stones, trying his best to recover his primeval essence. He had a great aptitude and heavenly essence treasure lotus. Now that he was multitasking and absorbing 2 yuan stones at the same time, the primeval essence in his aperture was already replenished to 70%. Seeing this, Ju Kai Bei's eyes twitched uncontrollably. He loosened his tightly clenched teeth, spitting out blood and broken teeth. An intense pain came from all parts of his body, causing him to feel dizzy and his ears to buzz. This was a vicious beating. If I had not used all my strength to activate the ivory armor goo, I might have already fainted. Ju Kai Bei felt a lingering fear, but by doing so, his yellow gold primeval essence was almost expended. He had not expected such a change, and it was too late to use Dragon Travel Tiger Steps goo to retreat. The 8 beast phantoms surrounded him, he had no way to escape. Ju Kai Bei estimated that his bones were broken in dozens of places. He could only choose to heal these injuries. He did not have much yellow gold primeval essence left. He also had Yuan Stone, but he could not absorb natural primeval essence during battle. Fang Yuan would not give him the chance. To be able to absorb the primeval essence from Yuan Stone during battle, he needed a good opportunity. Like earlier, when Ju Kai Bei was beaten to the point where he could not retaliate, Fang Yuan had some free time. Even so, Fang Yuan was taking a risk. He was multitasking, absorbing the primeval essence from 2 yuan stones. This way, the number of goo worms he could activate would decrease, and his reaction speed would also decrease. What did I just see? This is unbelievable. Beast phantoms can actually turn into physical attacks. Since when did Strength Path Goo Masters become so strong? They actually have such a method. After a while, the people outside finally reacted and cried out in alarm. For a moment, the battle stage was in chaos and clamor. Shang Xinc's eyes were wide open, she was surprised and overjoyed, her beautiful eyes shining brightly. Good lad. Wei Yang clapped his hands, shouting excitedly. Bai Ningbing was speechless, her eyes shining with an eerie blue light. Able to turn beast phantoms into physical bodies. Such a goo worm, could it be? Yen Tu's expression was heavy. He could not help but think of the many times Ju Kai Bei had expressed his desire to obtain that goo. What you used just now, was it, strength chi goo? Ju Kai Bei slowly stood up, his voice was hoarse, concealing bitterness. He did not attack, and Fang Yuan was happy to see it so. While continuing to absorb primeval essence, he nodded. You guessed right, it was strength chi goo. Ju Kai Bei's expression froze for a moment, before a complex expression emerged on his face. In his expression, there was envy, jealousy, helplessness, and misery. Strength chi goo, hee hee. He raised his head and heaved a long sigh. Ancient strength path goo worms were basically extinct now. Every time there was some news, it would attract Ju Kai Bei's intense interest. He had searched for it for many years, but to think he would personally experience the power of strength chi goo from the young Fang Yuan. Beast phantoms were traces of the great Tao. They were illusory and powerless, unable to attack directly. However, with the strength chi goo, the goo master can activate this goo and produce formless strength chi. The beast phantoms left Fang Yuan's body and attached to the strength chi, gaining the ability to attack directly. When the strength chi dissipated, the beast phantoms would lose their carrier and also dissipate, automatically returning to Fang Yuan's body. The strength chi goo in Fang Yuan's hands was the product of his closed cultivation goo refinement. The main body of the strength chi goo was the rank 4 atmosphere goo. When Fang Yuan unexpectedly saw the atmosphere goo in the auction house, he immediately made up his mind to buy it. Atmosphere goo, strength chi goo, both were chi path goo. Their own laws had subtle similarities, thus they could be converted through goo refinement. This conversion recipe was extremely complicated. Over 20 different supplementary materials were used in reverse refinement, and there were over 30 steps in between. Fire control and time had to be grasped clearly, there could not be the slightest mistake. The success rate was not low, around 80%. Strength chi goo was only a rank 3 goo worm. Fang Yuan spent several days and nights in the secret room without rest, using his rich experience and calm mind to refine the strength chi goo. 200 years later in his previous life, this recipe was recreated by a recipe master of the past path, and was made public. As for now, the master who recreated this recipe had not been born yet. No one in the world knew. There is no need to continue this battle, I admit defeat. After realizing that Fang Yuan had strength chi goo, Ju Kai Bei lost his will to fight and actually surrendered. With this goo, Fang Yuan would have a powerful long-range battle method. Both close and long-range combat were equally powerful. This was the elegance of the ancient strength path. It was impossible for Ju Kai Bei to get close to Fang Yuan, even if he used Jin transformation. On the contrary, Fang Yuan had methods to kill him. Being ganged up by 8 beast phantoms, Ju Kai Bei did not want to experience this again. Of course, Ju Kai Bei was clear about the weakness of strength chi goo. Strength chi goo consumed a lot of primeval essence. It needed 5% of snow silver primeval essence to produce enough strength chi to sustain 1 beast phantom. 8 beast phantoms were 40% snow silver primeval essence. Even at Fang Yuan's peak condition, with 90% primeval essence, he could only use this move twice. And this data was only in theory. In battle, Fang Yuan still had to use movement goo, defense goo, all-out effort goo and so on, splitting the primeval essence consumption and activating 8 beast phantoms at the same time. He could only use it once. Such a move could not be used carelessly. The primeval essence consumption was huge, and if it was futile, it would instead weaken the user. Thus, Fang Yuan stayed until the end. When Ju Kai Bei used Jin transformation, he relaxed his mind. Fang Yuan sharply grasped this mentality and dealt a heavy blow to him. When goo masters fought, they used goo worms, but in the end, they were the foundation. Once a person showed a flaw, it was often the biggest flaw. At this time, the hosting goo master walked onto the stage and announced the result. Zhu Kaibei actually admitted defeat? Many people could not accept it. Fang Zheng really broke through the sky. The sky is changing, the sky is changing. Zhu Kaibei was known as half the sky of the battle stage, but now, even this sky could not cover Fang Yuan. Chapter 326. Fang Zheng actually won against a rank 4 peak stage rank 3. Not only did he defeat a strong opponent, he even defeated a powerful existence like Zhu Kaibei. He is truly a promising young man. This is undeniably a great victory. Zhu Kaibei even used his killer move Jin transformation, but was still defeated by Fang Zheng. He even admitted defeat. The attacks of the 8 beast phantoms are truly terrifying. To think that Fang Zheng actually has the strength Qi Gu. His luck is too good. I heard that this strength Qi Gu was a treasure of his original clan. In the tea houses, restaurants, and streets, people were casually chatting about the battle between Fang Yuan and Zhu Kaibei. Being able to defeat a rank 4 with a rank 3 strength when both sides were at their peak state, such a battle was truly rare. There were close to 1,000 people watching the battle. The whole process was witnessed by everyone. Fang Yuan won fair and square, without using any tricks. His battle strength was indeed above Zhu Kaibei. As for the origin of the strength Qi Gu, Fang Yuan purposely spread false information, leading everyone's guesses to Gyue clan. From today onwards, Lord Fang Zheng is my role model. After this battle, many people started calling Fang Yuan Lord. His battle strength had already gained the recognition of most people. Lord Fang Zheng is truly incomparably handsome. Zhu Kaibei's era is over. Some female Gu masters' eyes shined. A new generation replaces the old. Zhu Kaibei's fall has allowed Fang Zheng's reputation to flourish. Many old Gu masters sighed, feeling as if the new generation was replacing the old. Fang Zheng defeated Zhu Kaibei, but I wonder if he can defeat Yan Tuesday. If he also defeats Yan Tu, he will be the only person to dominate the battle stage in all these years. As long as he wins 18 rounds, he will become Shang clan's external elder. This battle caused the battle stage's structure to shake. The old structure was broken, and a new force was born. People started to look forward to Fang Yuan's future with excitement and anticipation. It had been more than 10 years since Shang had an external elder. If Fang Yuan only had a slight advantage and barely won against Zhu Kaibei, then everyone's expectations would not be so high. When Fang Yuan displayed his strength that surpassed Zhu Kaibei's, everyone began to analyze the situation excitedly. Fang Zheng has all-out effort Gu, bitter strength Gu, self-reliance Gu, and strength Qi Gu. Even ancient strength path Gu masters could not compare to him. All-out effort Gu allows his attacks to be powerful and domineering. Bitter strength Gu allowed him to get stronger the more he fought, especially when paired with self-reliance Gu. It was amazing. Strength Qi Gu allowed him to be extremely fierce in long-range battles, making up for his weakness. The scene of the 8 beast phantoms attacking together was simply terrifying. This is Fang Zheng's killer move. Zhu Kaibei did not lose unjustly. Although he was rank 4 and had the advantage in cultivation, strength path Gu worms had little primeval essence requirement, which unknowingly weakened this advantage. Fang Zheng's Gu worms were simply too good, their combination was powerful and their coordination was flawless. Zhu Kaibei admitted defeat on the spot. He must have been disheartened. How can a person's fortuitous encounters be so strong? Fang Zheng's luck is so strong that it defies heaven. He has only been in Shang City for a few years, but he has already accumulated to such an extent. With such a powerful combination of Gu worms, it is enough to let him become famous in southern border and have his own name. Name? He already has one. Now many people call him and Bai Ning Bing the Black-White Demons. But even more people call Fang Zheng Little Beast King. Fang Yuan controlled the 8 beast phantoms. His battle style was fierce and domineering, rampaging everywhere. The name of Little Beast King was very fitting. As for why he was not directly called Beast King, that was because Beast King was a famous demonic path Gu master. He occupied 100 Beast Mountain alone, had 100 beasts as his army, his cultivation was at rank 5, he was unreasonable and extremely vicious. Both the righteous and demonic paths were wary of him. Fang Yuan was only rank 3 peak stage now, although he defeated Zhu Kai Bei and became famous in one battle. But compared to a rank 5 Gu master like Beast King, he was still lacking. On the other hand, the fact that everyone called him Little Beast King indirectly showed that Fang Yuan's future was in everyone's favor. I am really looking forward to his arena defense battle. Every expert who dominates the battle stage, their arena defense battle is a classic. Back then, Lord Wei Yang was only rank 3 middle stage, even weaker than Fang Zheng, but he could dominate the battle stage. Every battle of his has become a classic. An experienced Gu master sighed with emotion. Thus, many people started to calculate Fang Yuan's future. At this point, how many true opponents does Fang Zheng have? Zhu Kai Bei, Yan Tu, right, there is also Bai Ningbing. However, Zhu Kai Bei has already been asked for Giant Spirit will by Fang Zheng. This move is really ruthless. Among the 3 Gu, Giant Spirit Body, Giant Spirit Heart and Giant Spirit Will is the hardest to obtain. Without Giant Spirit Will, Zhu Kai Bei's killer move is incomplete. To Fang Zheng, the threat is greatly reduced. Yan Tu will be Fang Zheng's greatest opponent. He and Zhu Kai Bei are known as half the sky of the battle stage, their strength cannot be underestimated. But Fang Zheng can defeat Zhu Kai Bei, and also has the strength Qi Gu to make up for his weakness in long-range attacks, his chances of winning against Yan Tu are very high. Someone mentioned Bai Ningbing cannot be underestimated either. After losing to Yan Tu, her cultivation had already broken through to rank 4 initial stage. Rank 4 at such a young age, what kind of aptitude is this? But her relationship with Fang Zheng is very deep. Even if they meet in battle, she will take the initiative to admit defeat and let Fang Zheng win. Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan had been living in Nanqiu Garden, this news was already widely known. Many people guessed that they had already had intimate relations. However, just as everyone was in an uproar, Fang Yuan announced that he would be leaving the battle stage. When the news spread, everyone was shocked. Why did Fang Zheng give up such a good opportunity? External Elder dominating the battle stage is right in front of us. Countless people wrung their hands and sighed. Is there some inside story? Demonic Gu masters could not help but start to guess. Could it be that Shang clan no longer wants to recruit external elders, so they are secretly forcing Fang Zheng to give up? Demonic Gu masters had always lacked trust. Or maybe Shang clan wants to change the policy and get rid of the external elder policy. Suspicion caused many people's hearts to fluctuate. Shang clan's policy of recruiting demonic Gu masters to become external elders was unique in southern border. Many of the clans in the southern border had their own practice fields. The largest and most popular battle stage was located in the number 1 clan of southern border, Wu clan. But these battle stages were mostly for internal use, rarely for external use. The Shang family's external family policy became the finishing touch. It attracted countless talents for Shang clan. Even for external merchants, many demonic Gu masters did not rob Shang clan's caravans. Precisely because of this external elder policy, these demonic Gu masters wanted to leave a way out for themselves. Shang Yanfei sensed something amiss and quickly clarified. Although he had secretly placed Zhu Kai Bei and Yan Tu as his chess pieces to control the battle stage. But such things could not be exposed. Shang Yanfei's prestige caused this formless storm to gradually calm down. Soon after, a few days later, Fang Yuan also announced in public that he would join Shang Xinci and help her ascend to the young master position. Immediately, everyone's attention was diverted from the battle stage to the battle for the young master position. Because Shang Yizi's falsification of accounts was proven, his young master position was revoked, leaving it empty. Many of Shang Yanfei's children were eyeing this position covetously, drooling over it. I have heard that Fang Zheng is a loyal and righteous lad. He has a principle in life, that is to repay a drop of water with a gushing spring, and repay a small grudge 100-fold. He is really responsible. Someone gave a thumbs up for this. For Shang Xinci to ascend to the young master position, Fang Zheng even gave up the external elder position that he was so close to obtaining. This is really... Someone could not understand such a move. Who knows, he and Shang Xinci might have some ambiguous relationship. If it were me, I would not make such a sacrifice. That is very possible. Wait, if that is the case, what about Bai Ningbing? Everyone's gossipy soul burned fiercely. The triangle relationship between Fang Yuan, Bai Ningbing and Shang Xinci became the topic of many people's conversations. Soon after, a few days later, Bai Ningbing also announced that she would leave the battle stage. Bai Ningbing also joined Shang Xinci. Everyone was shocked. What is wrong with this world? Does no one want an external elder? Many people's values had been impacted. Bai Ningbing is very courageous, not willing to compromise and give up. For love, she took the initiative to interfere. Actually, the emotional entanglement between these three started from the moment they met. Similar rumors started to spread everywhere. The crowd imagined countless scenarios, even Shang Clan City started to produce sketchbooks and dramas, depicting the emotional entanglement between Fang, Bai and Shang Xinci. It was actually very popular. Putting these minor details aside, Shang Xinci had indeed become the focus of everyone's attention after Fang and Bai had joined her. Bai Ningbing was now rank 4 initial stage, a rank 4 Gu master would be a clan leader in other small or medium-sized clans. Fang Yuan was only rank 3 peak stage, but his battle strength was above many rank 4 Gu masters. When he becomes rank 4, what would happen? They were both very young and had a lot of room for growth, now everyone had high hopes for them. With the help of 2 experts, Shang Xinci naturally became the second most popular candidate for the young master position. Before this, everyone thought that the person with the greatest hope of inheriting the young master position was Shang Yifan. Once Fang and Bai joined Shang Xinci, the situation immediately changed, creating a situation where 2 strong contenders were competing. Shang Yifan was not tall, even a little short. He had an aquiline nose, narrow eyes, and a sharp gaze. Shang Xinci. He sat on a wide-back wooden chair in the study room, muttering softly, his gaze flickering with uncertainty as he thought about this name. In front of him, a person was sitting. It was none other than Shang Yizi. Brother Yifan, I came here this time to help you. Shang Xinci has Fang and Bai's help, she will be your greatest opponent. Especially Fang Zheng, you have to be careful, this person is sinister and crafty, I fell into his hands. Chapter 327. Shang Yizi continued, I lost, but I have not completely failed. Father exiled me to the slave hunters for 3 years. After 3 years, I will return. But before that, I have something to give you. Saying so, Shang Yizi handed a few documents to Shang Yifan. Shang Yifan received them and looked through them. The documents recorded Shang Yizi's secret assets, his hidden pawns, and some of his trusted subordinates. Brother Yizi, you are... Shang Yifan showed a shocked expression. Brother Yifan, you are the one with the highest chance of becoming the young master out of all our brothers and sisters. I'll lend you a helping hand and hope that you can succeed in your endeavors. You can use these resources and manpower as you wish. 3 years later, when I return, you can return them to me. Shang Yizi sighed. He was sent to the slave hunters to train, he could not bring his subordinates and guards. He was not there to enjoy life, but to be punished. Now that he no longer had the young master status, these forces would fall apart sooner or later. He might as well hand them over to Shang Yifan while he could still control them. 3 years later, when Shang Yizi returns to the clan, he would not have to start from scratch. Shang Yifan quickly stood up and cupped his fists. Brother Yizi, Yifan will not forget your help. In the future, when I become the young master, I will repay you tenfold. Sigh, we are brothers, how can we repay each other? He. Although he said so, Shang Yizi's lips curled into a wide smile. After a heated conversation, Shang Yifan personally sent Shang Yizi out. Watching him leave, Shang Yifan's smile slowly turned into a sneer. Shang Yizi, you have a good plan, you want me to take care of your forces for you? He, then I will beat you at your own game. I will first take over your forces, then divide them, I will not return them. He saw through Shang Yizi's plan. 3 years? So many things can happen in 3 years, you really think you still have hope? So naive. So naive, no wonder Fang and Bai schemed against you. You are a disgrace to our Shang clan. Shang Yifan sneered. But when he thought of Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing, his face darkened. Shang Xanci. He muttered the name. When Shang Yizi stepped down from the stage, he thought that the young master position was already in his grasp, but he did not expect for Shang Xinci to suddenly appear and become his biggest obstacle. Shang Yifan's eyes narrowed into a line as he analyzed. Shang Xinci's greatest advantage is her father's pampering. Which other children had such favoritism? But the family rules are there. Everyone is competing for the young master position, so father can't openly give her special treatment. On the contrary, because of Lord Father's favoritism, the other siblings have opinions or even hostility towards Shang Xinci. Shang Xinci's greatest advantage is actually her weakness. Shang Xinci's second advantage is actually her greatest advantage, and that is Fang Zheng and Bai Ningbing. These two are really. Thinking of Fang and Bai, Shang Yifan's face also revealed a strange, envious, jealous, and incomprehensible expression. These two, I wonder what they are thinking. They even gave up on being an external elder, and went to help Shang Xinci. This feeling was like someone gave up on eating watermelons, and went to pick sesame seeds. How did Shang Xinci win over these two? Her luck is really good, she easily took in these two generals. That Bai Ningbing is already rank 4, and Fang Zheng can even defeat Zhu Kai Bei. These were 2 rank 4 battle strength. Even big brother Shang Qianyo did not have rank 4 subordinates. Above the 10 young masters, Shang clan's current young clan leader, Shang Tuahai, only had 2 rank 4 subordinates. But these 2 subordinates were not Shang Tuahai's private army, but were specially sent by the clan to help him. As the clan's young master, Shang Tuahai personally controlled a caravan. When fighting outside, he needed strong assistance to deal with all sorts of situations. Now, Shang Xinci had not even become Shang clan's young master, but she already had 2 rank 4 experts helping her. This situation made many of Shang Yanfei's children jealous and wary. However, even if she has Fang and Bai's help, so what? This young master position will definitely be mine. Shang Yifan licked his lips, thinking of something, his spirits rose. At the same time, in Nanqiu Garden, Shang clan has complicated and comprehensive clan rules, especially regarding inheritors. The rules are even stricter. Wei Yang stood in front of Fang and Bai, as well as Shang Xinci, speaking frankly with assurance. Lady Xinci, if you want to ascend to the young master position, you have to pass Shang clan's test. This test is very traditional, it has always been the same content, that is, business. Shang clan was built on business, and its development could not be separated from business. Shang clan's selection of young masters was based on business. Do not look down on business, thinking that it is just a business that earns money. Business can test every aspect of an inheritor, there will be all sorts of problems in the process of doing business. It tests one's plans, adaptability, strength and so on. The clan will allocate a sum of 100,000 yuan stones to any child who participates in the competition. 3 months later, the one who earns the most will become the new young master. Wei Yang was very familiar with the clan's policies. Then, how much yuan stone do we need to earn to win this competition? Fang Yuan asked. Shang clan's young master selection was watched by the entire city. The entire Shang clan was paying attention to it. Fang Yuan knew his own limits, and decided to abide by the rules here. Normally speaking, as long as Lady Xinci has 300,000 yuan stone, you can eliminate most of the people. If you have 600,000, you will have a high chance of winning. Above 600,000, between 700 and 800,000, these results are top class in the past young master selections. However, as he said this, Wei Yang's tone slowed. Among the competitors this time, there is one whose mother is the clan leader's cousin. She is a member of Shang clan, and has great power. He is called Shang Yifan, and is the most popular candidate in this young master selection. With his mother helping him from behind, he would be able to get at least 600,000 points. If Lady Xinci wants to win him, she needs to have even more outstanding results. Shang Yifan will have at least 600,000. If Shang Xinci wants to obtain the young master position, she needs to be top class. But Shang Xinci has no power in Shang clan, and her mother is a Zhang clan member. She is at a disadvantage politically. She cannot be like Shang Yifan, with people supporting her from behind. Her only backer is Shang Yanfei, but because he is the clan leader, he cannot openly side with her. Thus, the pressure on Shang Xinci's shoulders is huge. After Wei Yang said this, he looked at Shang Xinci with hidden worry. He knew that a result between 700 and 800,000 was hard to come by. There were very few young masters in history who could achieve such results, because it required talent, help, and luck. Shang Yanfei did not plan to let Shang Xinci compete for the young master position so quickly. Everything was pushed by Fang and Bai from behind. After Shang Xinci heard Wei Yang's introduction, she was silent for a while, before suddenly asking, "I wonder, what is the best result in Shang clan's history?" Wei Yang was slightly stunned. Of course it surpassed 800,000, reaching over 900,000. In Shang clan's history, there are very few who can achieve such results. At the very most, there are not more than 20. The current young clan leader Shang Tuahai reached 890,000, causing an uproar. But Missy, your father reached 920,000 at that time. Just this achievement is enough to be recorded in Shang clan's history. As he said this, Wei Yang paused, but the best result in Shang clan's history is 1,110,000. He is called Shang Gue Kai. He has monstrous talent, but a pity he has one of the 10 extreme physiques. 920,000, 1,110,000. Shang Xinci's eyes shone as she listened, clenching her fists. She could be said to be brimming with talent in business. Towards this competition, although she was encouraged by Fang Yuan, she had her own will, and was not passive. Seeing Shang Xinci's expression, Wei Yang relaxed slightly. "All right, I should go. But before I leave, I have a special reminder for you. This competition is highly valued by the entire Shang clan. Do not take the risk and do anything that goes against the rules. Believe in your big brother Wei. Those who cheated in the competition have never succeeded." Young master was the future of Shang clan. This was a huge matter. There was no room for carelessness. Shang Yizi was still a young master, but because of one false accounting, he was exiled. From this, one could see how much importance Shang clan placed on young master matters. Shang Yifan had the support of his mother's tribe. He could at most help him within the rules, and did not dare to cheat for him. After that, Wei Yang gave a few more instructions before leaving Nanqiu Garden. He was an important official of the clan, Shang Yanfei's trusted aide. He should have avoided him. But he still went in and out of Nanqiu Garden, and explained so much to Shang Xinci, it showed his loyalty. Big Brother Wei is bearing a lot of pressure for us. From now on, we cannot trouble him anymore. Shang Xinci said. Fang Yuan did not comment. Bai Ningbing frowned. To do business in 3 months, to increase 100,000 yuan stone by 6 times, it is easier said than done. Although she was talented, she knew nothing about business, so she was in a very difficult position. But Shang Xinci's eyes turned, revealing a smile as she said confidently, actually, I have a good idea. As long as we implement it, I guarantee we can make 600,000. Oh, what is it? Bai Ningbing asked. Shang Xinci looked deeply at Fang Yuan, revealing everything. I was inspired when I saw Brother He Tu's battle at the battle stage. We can do information business. Chapter 328. That's right, information business. Shang Clan's battle stage has hundreds of battles every day. The atmosphere of the battle stage is so intense, we can make use of it. I've thought about it, we can collect the information of all the Gu masters in the battle stage and sell them. We can invite some famous people to make predictions before the battle, and give comments after the battle. Shang Xinci smiled as she replied. Brilliant. Bai Ningbing immediately slapped the table and praised. This idea was too brilliant. Bai Ningbing had participated in many battles in the battle stage, she had a deeper understanding of the beauty of this idea. She immediately understood that this was a brilliant idea that could open up business opportunities. Even Fang Yuan could not help but raise his eyebrows. He had actually thought of this idea in his previous life, and had even used it in Wu Clan. Wu Clan's battle stage was much larger than Shang Clan's, and the atmosphere was even more intense. Fang Yuan's creation caused a huge commotion at that time, and he earned a lot of money every day. But not long after, Wu Clan interfered, and all kinds of competition and suppression came one after another. In just a few months, his profits fell to rock bottom. Half a year later, he could no longer do it. Fang Yuan thought to himself, he could think of this idea because of his memories from Earth. Shang Xinci was able to think of this, it was truly a pioneering idea, it showed her outstanding talent in the business world. But although this idea was good, Fang Yuan shook his head. Shang Xinci gritted her teeth, does Brother He Tu think this idea is bad? It is a good idea, but don't rush. Xinci, do you trust me? Fang Yuan looked at Shang Xinci with rapt attention. Shang Xinci smiled warmly. My life was saved by you, Brother He Tuesday. Why can't Xinci believe in you? Bai Ningbing snorted in her heart, but did not speak. She was in the know, and along the way with Fang Yuan, she was clear, Shang Xinci's dangers were all caused by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded, since you trust me, then listen to my arrangements. In just 20 days, you'll be able to triple the amount of primal stones in your possession. Is that so? Shang Xinci's face showed curiosity, then I will listen to brother's arrangements. What is he up to this time? Who does he want to harm this time? Bai Ningbing glanced at Fang Yuan from the corner of her eyes and couldn't help but guess. Sancha Mountain was located between the Zhua clan's Cold Quaking Mountain and the Che clan's Feilai Mountain. The Zhua clan and the Che clan had a history of more than 600 years, while the Che clan had a history of 580 years. The two families had been enemies for generations. The hatred that had accumulated for generations had made the two families irreconcilable enemies. In the recent 100 years, the two families expanded and fought to occupy Sancha Mountain. On a certain mountainside of Sancha Mountain, an intense battle was already nearing its end. Blood flowed on the ground, dozens of Gu master corpses lay on the mountain rocks. In the arena, there were still 7 people standing. 3 people from the Zhua family and 4 from the Che family. There was a deep hole in the chest of the Zhou family's elder, Zhou Soundless. He pressed on his wound with one hand and stood in front of Zhou Chanyu, his expression solemn. "Eldest miss, please leave quickly. We'll hold them off." Zhou Chanyu was the eldest daughter of the Zhou family. She had a great aptitude and was the future hope of the Zhou family. She was young and beautiful, not even 20 years old, but already had rank 3 middle stage cultivation. She couldn't die here. Elder Soundless. Zhou Chanyu's expression showed reluctance and hesitation. "Want to leave?" "No way." Che clan's elder, Che Yuyin, sneered and walked out from the crowd. "Old Soundless, to think you would have such a day. He, today, I, Che Yuyin, will make the 3 of you die without a burial ground." His tone was filled with killing intent. But after saying this, he whispered to a fresh and beautiful female Gu master beside him, "Xiang Er, you are injured. When the fight starts later, just stay back and watch over us." Che Xiaoxiang's brows immediately furrowed. "Father, I only suffered light injuries. It's nothing. I want to fight alongside you." She was very worried. The other party, Zhou Soundless, had been enemies with her father Che Yuyin for decades. Their strength was actually about the same. Although Zhou Soundless was heavily injured, it would not be easy to kill him. His counterattack before death would definitely be terrifying. "Nonsense." Che Yuyin scolded in a low voice. "Listen to father, this is an order." Che Xiaoxiang pouted and was about to retort when she suddenly heard a long laugh. "Ha ha ha, he, hoo. This laughter was very strange. It made people feel like an evil wind was blowing. Following this laughter, a figure appeared on a mountain rock. This person was handsome and wore a flowery robe with pink butterflies embroidered on it. He wore a flower crown on his head, and on the crown was a fluffy red flower ball that trembled along with his laughter, like a character in an opera troupe, giving off a comical feeling. But whether it was Zhou Soundless or Che Yuyin, when they saw this person, their expressions changed. They felt no joy, but instead fear and panic. "Ah, you are the pink butterfly gentleman, Kong Ri Tian." The two spoke one after another, revealing the identity of the newcomer. At this moment, even the expressions of the others changed. Especially Zhou Chanyu and Che Xiaoxiang, they turned pale and were extremely nervous. This Kong Ri Tian was a demonic Gu master with a notorious reputation. He liked to wear a flowery robe embroidered with pink butterflies, thus people called him the Pink Butterfly Gentleman. But the truth was, he was a rapist who specialized in harming the chastity of righteous path women. He was hated by people and was a loner. Most importantly, he had rank 4 cultivation. His appearance immediately changed the situation of the entire battlefield. Zhou tribe and Che tribe were at the end of their ropes. Their 2 strongest forces, Che Yuyin and Zhou Soundless, were injured and had insufficient primeval essence. They only had rank 3 cultivation. "Ha ha ha, he, hoo. Yes, that's right, I am Kong Ri Tian." Although his identity was exposed, the pink butterfly gentleman was very happy and let out his signature strange laughter. Suddenly, he waved his sleeves and injected primeval essence into Gu worms, causing flower petals to rain down. The pink petals turned into colorful butterflies that fluttered in the air. At once, the battlefield was filled with fragrance. Zhou tribe and Che tribe members quickly defended and displayed their abilities. Kong Ri Tian took the chance to attack. The battle erupted. The flower rain became more intense and figures flew everywhere. After fighting for 8 or 9 rounds, Kong Ri Tian's body flashed and he suddenly retreated, leaving the battlefield. He was beaten back. So close, Che Yuyin and Zhou Soundless let out a sigh of relief, but their expressions changed at the next moment. "Chanyu, my son." "Xiao Xiang. Scoundrel, let go of my daughter." The eyes of the 2 elders were filled with anger, their eyes were filled with anger. "Ha ha ha, he, hoo. Kong Ri Tian laughed loudly towards the sky. His 2 hands, one in each hand, were holding 2 beauties. They were Che Xiaoxiang and Zhou Chanyu. They were unconscious and had just been captured by Kong Ri Tian in the chaotic battle. Kong Ri Tian was most proficient in dealing with female gu masters. Today's harvest is not bad, to think I could see these two beauties here. Ha ha ha, he, ugh. Kong Ri Tian was feeling very pleased with himself when a change occurred. The whole of San Cha Mountain started to shake. At once, rocks rolled down and the earth quaked. What's going on? What's happening? Everyone exclaimed in shock. 3 pillars of light shot out from the 3 highest peaks of San Cha Mountain. The grand pillars of light, one yellow, one blue, one red, pierced through the sky, piercing through the clouds. Right at this time, the voices of the 3 mixed together spread throughout the whole of San Cha Mountain. 3 kings' inheritance opens today, righteous or demonic, it will be left for those who are fated. Everyone stared blankly at the scene in front of them. They were all stunned. Even Kong Ri Tian temporarily forgot about the 2 beauties in his arms. 3 kings' inheritance, it is actually 3 kings' inheritance. After everyone came to their senses, an extremely excited look emerged on their faces. 3 kings' inheritance, heavens, the 3 kings are all rank 5 gu masters. This is their inheritance, this is actually their inheritance. 3 days later, Shang Clan City. Nanqiu Garden, study room. Placing a report on the table, Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with a bright light. 3 kings' inheritance has finally opened. Counting the days, it was the same day as in his previous life. It could be seen that in this world, although rebirth could change history, major events had inertia and could not be easily changed. Since 3 kings' inheritance has opened, I don't have much time left. After pushing Shang Xinci to the position of young master, I should immediately leave this place. Fang Yuan felt a sense of urgency, he needed to make full use of his time. 3 kings' inheritance was not the same as ordinary inheritances. The flower wine inheritance and Baigu inheritance that Fang Yuan had taken were only 1. 3 kings' inheritance, however, had 3. If he could obtain all 3, Fang Yuan's strength would increase by several times, and his requirement for rank 4 gu worms would be more than half satisfied. At least, he would not need to worry about cultivation resources before rank 5. However, 3 kings' inheritance was a demonic inheritance, it was extremely dangerous. There were many bastards inside, and there were many obstacles. In his previous life, countless lives were sacrificed, and after spending half a year, someone finally reached the end and obtained the inheritance. Thus, it was useless for Fang Yuan to go for now. The news of 3 kings' inheritance cannot be concealed. How can those 3 pillars of light be concealed? Fang Yuan knew that these 3 pillars of light were the entrances to the inheritance. But to enter these entrances, a certain standard was needed. This way, I can buy dog enslavement gu, paper crane gu, and exploding egg gu. Fang Yuan calculated. Before this, he had used the funds he had, and secretly bought these 3 gu from the market. But he was cautious, and did not use his full strength. Now that the news of 3 kings' inheritance had spread to Shang Clan City, the time was ripe. Buy with all his strength. In the next 5 days, Fang Yuan bought large numbers of rank 1 dog enslavement gu, rank 2 paper crane gu, and rank 1 exploding egg gu. Not only Shang Xin sees 100,000 yuan stone, but also Bai Clan's latest 300,000. Fang Yuan had extorted 3 million yuan stone from Bai Clan, and by now, Bai Clan had paid more than half of it. Together with Bai Ningbing's remaining funds, Fang Yuan's plan was a huge success. Chapter 329. Shang Xinci used all her funds to buy these 3 gu. In the study room, Shang Yifan held a document in his hand. This document was from his mother's side. Shang Yifan's mother was Shang Yanfei's cousin. She had a huge force and many eyes and ears. Rank 1 dog enslavement gu, rank 2 paper crane goo, and rank 1 exploding egg goo. What is the use of buying these goo? Shang Yifan frowned deeply, thinking hard but could not think of anything. I heard that Shang Xinci entrusted the 100,000 goo to Fangzheng. Although Fangzheng has great battle strength, he has not been rumored to have any talent in business management. By buying them like this, he will only be wasting his time and damage his own strength. Did I overestimate them? Shang Yifan pondered. Although his cultivation level was not high, he had also trained his talent in business management, and had a deep understanding of the market. According to common sense, any experienced businessman would not choose to spend such a large sum of money to purchase goo worms, because this investment had no prospects of returns. But as Shang Yifan thought about it, he felt that something was amiss. He felt that he had missed out on something, as if behind this crazy act of buying goo worms was the other party's scheme. At this time, the old butler reported from outside, "Young master, something big happened, I need to report to you." "Oh, old Zhang, please come in." Shang Yifan quickly called him in. This steward Zhang was his mother's capable subordinate. He had rank 3 peak stage cultivation, he was independent and had rich experience. Naturally, he could not treat him like an ordinary subordinate. Shang Yifan's mother had instructed him to treat Steward Zhang with respect, and to seek his guidance. Steward Zhang walked in with a solemn expression, "Young Master Yifan. Something is wrong. From the latest news from San Cha Mountain, someone has already found the correct method to enter the inheritance." Although the 3 kings' inheritance had appeared earlier, yellow, blue, and red pillars of light shot to the sky. The 3 kings' inheritance had its own mysteries, no one could enter it. Over these days, many talented people had searched crazily, and the method to enter the 3 kings' inheritance had already been found. Hearing Steward Zhang's words, Shang Yifan showed great interest. "Oh, enter the 3 kings' inheritance. What do you want to do? Wait, could it be?" Suddenly, his expression changed, and his eyes involuntarily stared at the report. A possibility occurred to him, and he rose from his seat involuntarily. Steward Zhang smiled bitterly. "It seems young Master Yifan has already guessed it." Indeed, to enter the 3 kings' inheritance, 3 goo were needed. To enter King Quan inheritance, the goo master needed to have at least rank 1 dog enslavement goo. To enter King Xian inheritance in the blue light pillar, the goo master needed to possess a paper crane goo. If you want to enter King Bao's inheritance in the red light pillar, you must have at least 1 exploding egg goo. How could this be? Shang Yifan cried out. He sat down on the chair, his face dejected. He finally understood. This was the reason why Fang Bai wanted to buy these 3 goo in bulk. Presently, the news of the 3 kings' inheritance had already spread throughout the entire southern border. 3 rank 5 goo master inheritances appeared together. It was unknown how many people were itching to get a piece of the action. But to enter the 3 kings' inheritance, one must have at least 1 of the 3 goo. But now, these 3 goo in Shang Clan City. Most of them were in Shang Xinc's hands. As long as one was not an idiot, they could imagine it. Their business of selling goo worms would become extremely popular. Shang Yifan was not an idiot, in fact, he was very smart, at least more astute than Shang Yizi. Where did they get this information from? They are so accurate. No, it is not important to investigate the source of the information now. The important thing is, how can I stop them? Shang Yifan's eyes shone with a dark light as he thought hard. After a long while, his face showed dejection and helplessness. There was no other way. Shang Xinci had done it cleanly. This was a very ordinary and normal investment, but with the help of the 3 kings' inheritance, it was very outstanding. Although Shang Xinci had used more than 100,000 yuan stone to purchase the goo, this was not against the clan rules, it was just taking the edge. As long as the yuan stone was earned, it was only 100,000 yuan stone, there was nothing wrong with it. If Shang Yifan wanted to use this to cause trouble, he did not have the confidence to do so. Because he was also taking the edge, he borrowed the influence of his mother's clan, for example, Steward Zhang. Strictly speaking, he was taking the edge more ruthlessly than Shang Xinci. Young Master Yi Fan, this time, the other party has the most accurate information. After this, their capital will increase by at least 3 times. We cannot find any evidence against them, we cannot use underhanded methods, we need to hurry and do our own business. With Madam's connections in Shang Clan City, 3 months later, young master will have at least 600,000, you still have a chance of winning. Steward Zhang explained. That is all we can do. Shang Yifan let out a breath of turbid air, but there was still a lingering worry in his heart. The competition for the young master position had just started, but the other party gave him such a surprise. He really didn't know what kind of tricks they would come up with next. Shang Yifan, who was full of confidence, started to feel hesitant. 3 kings, they were King Quan, King Xian, and King Bao. Their origins could be traced back to 300 years ago. The 3 kings came from Wang clan. Wang clan was seized by their mortal enemy Wu clan and exterminated, but unexpectedly, 3 Wang clan children were left behind. These 3 children were 2 boys and 1 girl. The oldest was only 8 years old, and he would be the future dog king. The youngest was 5 years old, King Bao. The girl was the future King Xian, she was 6 years old at that time. Wu clan was busy annexing and digesting everything in Wang clan. What were these 3 little children? They were not even Gu masters, thus they did not care, they casually gave a kill order and ignored the 3 of them. The person chasing them was also a lazy person, he killed the 3 children and impersonated them to complete his mission. The 3 Wang clan orphans were lucky to survive. They went through hardships and trials, barely making ends meet, surviving with difficulty. As they supported each other, they developed a deep relationship. As they grew older, their hatred towards Wu clan deepened. But after Wu clan annexed Wang clan, their strength swelled and they became a large clan with 3 famed mountains. After these years of operation, their forces were deeply rooted in the area. The 3 Wang clan orphans did not even have the chance to awaken their aperture. To deal with Wu clan and take revenge, it was simply a fantasy. But the mysteries of the world lie in the unpredictable changes of fate. You never know what fate awaits you in the next moment. One time, while risking their lives to gather herbs in the mountains to make a living, the 3 kings were accidentally drawn into an ancient inheritance. This inheritance was no small matter, it was left behind by a mysterious rank 6 Gu immortal. Thus, the 3 kings' fates changed. They each inherited a portion of the rank 6 Gu immortal's inheritance, they worked hard and cultivated for close to 100 years. The 3 encouraged each other and worked hard together. When they cultivated to rank 5 realm, they felt the time was ripe, they left the inheritance ground and rushed to Wu clan to take revenge. At that time, Wu clan was at its peak, developing vigorously. The 3 kings did not use any schemes or plots, they directly attacked their clan. Wu clan leader was a rank 5 Gu master, but how could he fight against 3 rank 5 Gu masters working together? Especially these 3 rank 5 Gu masters, they had all inherited an ancient inheritance. King Quan controlled the dog group that covered the entire mountain, with a wave of his hand, it was a majestic army. The dog group was like a vast river, engulfing Wu clan village. King Xian was agile, appearing and disappearing unpredictably, he attacked Wu clan's higher-ups, causing the group to be leaderless and chaotic. And King Bao was ferocious, he did not make a move, but once he did, it would shake heaven and earth, causing landslides and rocks to split. The Wu family, which had been strong for a while, was annihilated by the 3 kings within 3 days. On the 3 mountains, the spirit springs were destroyed, corpses were everywhere, blood flowed on the ground, it was a tragic sight to behold. Wu clan was completely uprooted, and the 3 kings paid a heavy price. However, they were willing to pay such a price in order to avenge themselves. After getting their revenge, the three kings felt that life was dull and boring. They did not want to rebuild Wang clan. No matter how strong a clan was, it could not resist a true expert. They lived in seclusion and did not come out again. Like three meteors, they shone brightly and caused a huge commotion in southern border, then they retreated, vanishing without a trace. No one knew about the three kings after that. Until recently, their inheritance suddenly appeared in the world. King Quan has at least 3 rank 5 dog enslavement gu. With it, he can control myriad beast kings and command beast groups to conquer the world. King Xian is an expert in gu refinement. She developed a set of special gu worms from the ordinary rank 2 paper crane gu, allowing her to easily steal information. Because of her, King Quan and King Bao knew about the loophole in Wu clan village's defenses. The three kings were able to exterminate Wu clan village because of her contributions. There is also King Bao. He has a fiery temper. Every time he attacks, there will be earth-shaking explosions. His power is fierce and domineering. If you can obtain his inheritance, you will be able to move unhindered in the world. 3 rank 5 inheritances. Obtaining 1 will allow you to soar to the sky, obtaining 2 will allow you to leave your name in history, and obtaining 3 will allow you to achieve great ambitions. This is a huge opportunity. I won't be satisfied if I don't work hard. I need to get there as soon as possible, otherwise if I am late and others take it away, I will regret it for life. As the three kings' inheritance method spread, countless people in Shang Clan City became excited. I want to buy exploding egg gu. I want paper crane gu. I want dog enslavement gu, paper crane gu, and exploding egg gu. What? Why are these gus so expensive? The price is 3 times higher than before. TSK, if you don't have money, go away. There are many people who want to buy it. Damn it. I will buy it. I will buy it too, I must buy it. Chapter 330. In just 10 days, we earn 20,000 a day on average. In 10 days, the 100,000 yuan stone in our hands has tripled to 300,000. Shang Xinci was surprised and happy as she looked at the account book in her hand. In the competition for the young master position, Shang Xinci's capital of 100,000 had tripled in just 10 days, and she was leading the group. 300,000 was only the capital of the young master position. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing had also invested a lot of money, and were now earning a lot. 1 primeval elder gu in Fang Yuan's hands was no longer enough, so he added 2 new ones. His assets had already risen to over 2,400,000. Bai Ningbing had also earned a lot. Shang Xinci's 2 servants, Xiao Dai and Xiao Lan, looked at Fang Yuan with an indescribable light in their eyes. They knew that this was all because of Fang Yuan that they could have such a good result. A good start was half the battle. The 2 servants were originally doubtful of Shang Xinci's competition for the young master position, but this matter gave them much more confidence. But, how did Fang Yuan know about the 3 kings' inheritances information? Bai Ningbing sat at the side, feeling puzzled. The reason why Fang Yuan was able to speculate, hoard, and earn a lot was because of this information. Could it be that Fang Yuan knew the secret of the 3 kings' inheritance? Or did he have a mysterious source of information? No matter which it was, it showed that Fang Yuan was not simple. Although Bai Ningbing had also earned a lot, she felt a sense of pressure in her heart. She had interacted with Fang Yuan for a long time, and she found that unknowingly, Fang Yuan would bring her some surprises. Fang Yuan did not look mysterious on the surface, but in fact, he was shrouded in a layer of dense fog. It was because she had interacted with Fang Yuan day and night that she could understand this feeling, and understand how unfathomable Fang Yuan was. Brother He too, thank you. With these 300,000, I will be able to carry out my plan better. Shang Xinci said with a smile. Unexpectedly, Fang Yuan waved his hand. No hurry, no hurry. Xinci, your idea is very good. However, it is still very difficult to implement it. He continued, doing information business in the battle stage is different from hoarding goo worms. This time, it was too sudden. Your competitors couldn't react in time. More importantly, Shang Yizi, who was in charge of the shop, had already stepped down. The shop was managed by the Shang clan, there was no personal will. Even if the others wanted to, they couldn't interfere and could only watch. But it's different if you're in the intelligence business. To carry out this business, the material requirements were not high, but a large amount of manpower was needed. At the same time, he also needed the help of various connections. Otherwise, they would be suppressed and destroyed by their competitors. Our foundation is shallow, so we can't act rashly. Once he made his move, he had to succeed. Therefore, we need to make more preparations. Shang Xinc's expression turned solemn as she nodded. Brother He too, you are right. But I haven't been in Shang clan city for long, I only have Xiao Dai and Xiao Lan with me. As for connections, I don't even have them. Xiao Dai was a personal servant she brought to Shang clan city. She was very loyal and was being nurtured by Shang Xinci to become a goo master. Her aptitude was pretty good, having B-grade cultivation. As for Xiao Lan, she was sent to Shang Xinci by Shang Yanfei. She was a rank 3 healing goo master and was trustworthy. Fang Yuan chuckled, Xinci, don't look down on yourself. Just the battle stages Shang Qi when alone has a good relationship with you. We are both women, we can get along well. At the same time, the information business will also boost her sales, I'm sure she won't object. Shang Xinci estimated. Xinci, I said I would help you ascend to the young master position, I naturally have a plan and a chance of success. You don't need to worry too much. As long as you do as I say, you will have a high chance of ascending to the young master position. Fang Yuan consoled. I will listen to Brother He Tu's instructions. Shang Xinci smiled and answered without hesitation. Fang Yuan sat on the chair, looking like a strategist, giving Shang Xinci a sense of security. Xinci, the first thing you need to do is to recruit people. You want to do the information business, you need a large number of loyal subordinates. But before that, you need a manager. This manager needs to have at least rank 3 cultivation, be able to take charge, and have rich experience in managing goods. I have already found a person for you, his name is Zhou Quan, he is a shopkeeper under Shang Yizi. Fang Yuan continued to guide Shang Xinci. Shang Xinci's expression was slightly troubled. Zhou Quan, I know this person. But he is a rank 3 goo master, he has an arrogant nature and is very lofty. He was once the Zhou clan leader, having rank 4 cultivation. But Zhou clan had internal strife and was slaughtered by demonic goo masters, he luckily escaped but suffered heavy injuries. Right now, his cultivation is only rank 3 upper stage. The shop he is in charge of has the best sales among all the shops. But even Shang Yizi could not obtain his loyalty. Such a person, I'm afraid I cannot. Fang Yuan waved his hand and laughed, how would you know if you don't try? Xinci, you need to be confident, trust me, you have a charisma that is different from others. In the future, many people will willingly submit to you and work for you. Zhou Quan is a very difficult target, you might not succeed, but as long as you show your sincerity and work hard, you will reap rewards. Yes, Brother He too, I will work hard. Shang Xinci clenched her fist. Fang Yuan nodded, go ahead. Not long after Shang Xinci left, Wei Yang arrived at Nanqiu Garden. Fang Yuan received him at the lakeside pavilion. Brother Wei, I already know why you are here. Please take a seat. Saying so, Fang Yuan poured a cup of tea for Wei Yang. Wei Yang laughed, Brother Fangzheng, you are very intelligent, then please tell me more. Fang Yuan used the 3 kings' inheritance to hoard and speculate, it was all because he knew about the 3 kings' inheritance in advance. Shang Yanfei was not an idiot, he immediately understood that Fang Yuan had information that was ahead of time. The Three Kings' inheritance was the most important matter in the last 50 to 60 years of southern border. It had already affected the whole of southern border, attracting the close attention of many forces. Most forces could not help because of the mountains in southern border. It was vast and deep, with dangers lurking everywhere, thus they could not help. But many clans, as long as they could, sent out their own forces. The inheritance of 3 rank 5 Gu masters, even the super clan's Shang clan could not help but be moved. I got my information from the White Bone Mountain. Grey Bone Scholar had once explored the Three Kings' inheritance ground, and obtained some information. In fact, the inheritance land of the Three Kings is the blessed land of the olden antiquity Gu master that they accidentally discovered. Fang Yuan spoke half truth and half lies. Naturally, his information did not come from White Bone Mountain. But the news of the blessed land was real, he had confirmed it in his previous life. Blessed land? Hearing this, Wei Yang's eyes shone brightly. Blessed land, was a place of fortune, the place where Gu masters lived after becoming immortals. Inside the blessed land, the scenery was picturesque, the weather was unique, and there were large amounts of treasures. The primeval energy inside was at least 10 times that of the outside world, extremely abundant. A blessed land was an independent small world, a paradise, isolated from the rest of the world. It was ruled by a Gu immortal, and living inside could bring happiness and peace. Brother Fangzheng, are you serious? Wei Yang's tone became hurried. He had no choice but to take this seriously. Rank 5 Gu masters were all mortals, rank 6 Gu immortals. Between rank 5 and rank 6, there was a huge qualitative change, the difference was like heaven and earth. 3 rank 5 Gu master inheritances could only attract Shang clan's interest. But if it involved a rank 6 Gu immortal's inheritance, then all the super clans in southern border would rush over. The value of a rank 6 Gu immortal's inheritance was too great. It was so great that even rank 6 Gu immortals who lived in seclusion would appear one after another. Fang Yuan smiled, I don't know the details, but Grey Bone scholars will recorded this. He was not afraid of revealing this information in advance, there would be negative effects. According to his previous life's memories, in a few days, people would come to a common understanding. Not long after, Shang clan would also know of this, so he might as well tell Wei Yang in advance to gain trust. Brother Wei, don't be too excited. Although this is a blessed land left behind by a rank 6 Gu immortal, it has already decayed. Right now, it is on the brink of collapse. Back then, this blessed land was already taken by the Three Kings, the resources and treasures were almost all dug out. Right now, the Three Kings are relying on this blessed land to build their inheritance, the blessed land is unable to bear the burden, one day, it will be completely destroyed, vanishing into nothingness. Fang Yuan said slowly. Oh, is that so? Wei Yang blinked his eyes, thoughts moving intensely in his mind. These are the records in Grey Bone Scholar's will. Unfortunately, to ensure my safety, I destroyed it, I cannot show it to you. Fang Yuan smiled. Brother, this is too important. It is not that I don't trust you, but I need to report this to Lord Clan Leader and let him decide. Wei Yang said solemnly. Fang Yuan expressed his understanding, if Shang clan wants to send an exploration team, I have some information here, maybe it can help. Fang Yuan had some understanding of the Three Kings' inheritance. Ha, in that case, I will not let you suffer a loss. Name a price. Wei Yang was in charge of Fengyu Manor, he was in charge of information. Fang Yuan thought about it, and gave 400,000. Wei Yang frowned, this concerns a rank 6 Gu immortal's inheritance, 400,000, is a bit low. But the information is not confirmed yet, I will give you 400,000 first. After some time, I will evaluate it. Brother, don't worry, with Brother Wei here, you will not suffer a loss. With Brother Wei here, I can be at ease. Fang Yuan smiled. After Shang Yanfei received this information, he placed great importance on it, and immediately sent 3 teams to Sancha Mountain. Each team had at least 3 elders, they had great strength. A few days later, Fang Yuan received another payment from Wei Yang regarding the information. The information he provided was a great help to Shang clan's team, they prevented many casualties. After Fang Yuan received this payment, he went to find Li Ran. Li Ran was a spy planted by Wu clan in Shang clan, he was currently in 3rd inner city battle stage, his identity was confidential, other than Fang Yuan, almost no one knew about him. I have information regarding the 3 kings' inheritance, I believe your Wu clan will be interested. Fang Yuan secretly met with Li Ran, and went straight to the point. Chapter 331. Time passed day by day. Around the 3 kings' inheritance, Sancha Mountain was in a turbulent state. Many heroes of the evil Tao, people of the righteous Tao, and people of all religions and 9 schools of thought rushed over. At first, Shang clan controlled the situation, continuously increasing their troops and occupying the entrance of the inheritance, showing their determination to obtain the inheritance. Next, Wu clan moved and broke Shang clan's blockade. After that, the news spread. 3 kings' inheritance was the blessed land of the rank 6 Gu immortal back then. The people were in an uproar and countless people flocked towards Sancha Mountain. The other super clans were also alarmed and sent out their strongest Gu master teams. This time, even Shang clan and Wu clan could not stop this huge trend. Sancha Mountain's situation fell into chaos. People died every day. In order to fight for the opportunity to enter the inheritance, righteous and demonic path people, and righteous path people fought fiercely. Every change in Sancha Mountain's situation affected many people's hearts. Fang Yuan had also been paying close attention to this. The inheritance had opened for more than half a month. Some people had already obtained benefits from the inheritance, this stimulated everyone's passion to explore the inheritance. But these benefits were nothing to Fang Yuan. He had his previous life's memories and knew that the true essence of 3 kings' inheritance was in the deepest part of the inheritance. To reach there were at least 100 checkpoints and it took a lot of time and effort. Sometimes, they would get lost and get trapped in the fog, unable to find the exit. Sometimes, they would be attacked by dog groups and many Gu masters would die tragically under the dogs' bites. The 3 kings were demonic path people and this was a demonic path inheritance. Demonic path inheritances were always filled with danger. They often had to risk their lives to explore it. It is still too early to go to Sancha Mountain, the time is not ripe yet. I might as well sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor while conserving my energy. Once they get through the checkpoints and get rid of the obstacles, I will go and plunder the fruits. Now, it is time to refine Gu. Fang Yuan had a plan in his heart. He was refining Gu this time, not anything else but liquor worm. Rank 1 liquor worm could purify green copper primeval essence by a small realm. Rank 2 4 flavors liquor worm could purify red steel primeval essence by a small realm. Rank 3 7 fragrances liquor worm could purify white silver primeval essence by a small realm. Rank 4 9 eyes liquor worm could purify golden yellow primeval essence by a small realm. Above 9 eyes liquor worm, there was no rank 5 liquor worm. Back then, the secret recipe master who researched the secret recipe of the liquor worm was extremely talented and very young. However, he was beheaded by his opponent in advance and died prematurely. Geniuses only represented one possibility. There were many cases of geniuses being killed before they could mature. But now, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing could be considered to have matured. It would not be easy to destroy them. After Fang Yuan had refined the liquor worm into the 4 flavors liquor worm, he had not used it. He had been raising it for nothing. The reason was that he had the bone-flesh unity Gu, and with Bai Ningbing's help, the 4-flavor liquor worm lost its value. But things were different now. Bai Ningbing had advanced to rank 4 while Fang Yuan was rank 3 peak stage. Not long later, he would also advance to rank 4 initial stage. At that time, their cultivation bases would truly be equal. Bone-flesh unity Gu's help to Fang Yuan would be greatly reduced. At this time, if there was a rank 4 9 Eyes liquor worm, it would be very convenient to cultivate. Refine 9 Eyes liquor worm. While Shang Xinci was recruiting Zhou Quan, Fang Yuan chose to go into closed-door cultivation to refine Gu. Bai Ningbing did not know what Gu to refine, but also chose to go into closed-door cultivation. To refine the 4-flavor liquor worm, there needed to be 2 rank 1 liquor worms, as well as 4 types of sour, sweet, bitter and spicy wine. To refine the 7 fragrances liquor worm, there needed to be 2 4-flavor liquor worm and 7 types of spices. To refine the 9 Eyes liquor worm, there needed to be 2 7 fragrances liquor worm and 9 types of 100 Beast King's eyeballs. Fang Yuan was currently in Shang Clan City, which was blessed by the heavens. If it was any other place, to gather the materials to refine liquor worm, he would need to spend a lot of effort searching. But in Shang Clan City, as long as he had money, he could buy them. Fang Yuan already had a 4-flavor liquor worm in his possession. He bought 2 liquor worms, and first refined the second 4-flavor liquor worm. Next, he used 2 4-flavor liquor worm to refine the first 7 fragrances liquor worm. Up to this point, he was very successful. But in the process of refining the second 7 fragrances liquor worm, he met with difficulties. When he was refining the third 4-flavor liquor worm and 7 fragrances liquor worm, he failed once. The yuan stone consumed was all wasted, and the supplementary materials had to be bought again, so he had no choice but to start again. Fortunately, in the end, the refinement of the 2 7 fragrances liquor worms went smoothly. 3 days later, Fang Yuan obtained the 9 Eyes liquor worm. The 9 Eyes liquor worm was like a silkworm, its whole body was white and exquisite like a pearl. There were no eyes on its head, but the 9 eyes were of different colors, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue and purple, as if they were inlaid with agates or gems. 9 Eyes liquor worm could raise the yellow gold primeval essence by a small realm. For it, Fang Yuan spent a lot, close to 200,000 yuan stone. Failure in Gu refinement was unavoidable for any Gu master. Although Fang Yuan failed many times, his luck was good overall. His failures were concentrated in the process of refining the 4-flavor liquor worm and 7 fragrances liquor worm, in the first half of the process. At the final juncture, he succeeded in one go. The most frightening thing in Gu refinement was failure in the later stages. That kind of loss would be extremely disastrous. I have 9 Eyes liquor worm now. Fang Yuan looked at it for a while, before putting the liquor worm into his aperture in satisfaction. He was only rank 3 peak stage now, so he could not use the 9 Eyes liquor worm yet, and could only wait until he reached rank 4. Bai Ningbing could use it. But gold middle stage primeval essence had a stronger effect on the nourishment of the aperture walls. Bai Ningbing had the northern dark ice soul physique, and according to her, her aptitude had already risen to 96%. The 9 Eyes liquor worm, however, had more disadvantages than advantages to her. When I reach rank 4 initial stage and use this 9 Eyes liquor worm, I will have gold middle stage primeval essence. At that time, I will surpass Bai Ningbing in terms of primeval essence for the first time. Fang Yuan felt that he was not far from rank 4 realm. Although he had signed the alliance agreement, he had never forgotten the hidden danger of Bai Ningbing. Days passed, and after Kong Ri Tian, another big shot of the demonic path appeared on Sancha Mountain. He was Long Qing Tian, the one who dyed the blue sky, a famous figure in the poison path. The moment he appeared, he poisoned 3 Shang clan elders to death, causing the demonic path's morale to soar. Fortunately, 2 days later, Wu clan sent out rank 4 elder Wu Tongshen to resist Long Qing Tian. The situation on San Cha Mountain returned to a balance point once again. As for Shang Xinci, she met with a setback in recruiting Zhou Quan, and her progress was slow. Zhou Quan was arrogant, his attitude did not soften, and his tone did not seem to leave any room for discussion. After Fang Yuan successfully refined the 9 Eyes liquor worm, he had been cultivating diligently. Because Bai Ningbing was constantly providing him with yellow gold primeval essence, Fang Yuan was getting closer and closer to rank 4 realm. But these days, spring-autumn cicada's recovery speed was getting faster, and the pressure on the rank 3 aperture was getting more obvious. On this day, Shang Clan City welcomed the auspicious market festival. This was Shang Clan's traditional festival, to commemorate the first time the ancestor of Shang Clan set up a stall 1,000 years ago. Shang Clan's ancestor was a legendary figure. He was originally a mortal, living a poor life, and set up a stall to make a living. In the end, in a certain transaction, he accidentally obtained a Gu Master's inheritance token. Relying on this token, he inherited the inheritance, and stepped into a new world in his life. Step by step, he advanced steadily, and his forces and wealth continued to grow, finally establishing Shang Clan City. On this day, Shang Clan City's inner and outer city was decorated with lanterns, and all the large shops, brothels, restaurants and so on were closed. People were in high spirits, happily walking to the streets and setting up stalls. Men, women, old and young were immersed in the lively atmosphere of the festival, treating this day's business as an interesting competitive game. But the joyous atmosphere of the festival did not seem to affect Shang Xinci. The young girl sat in front of her desk, her brows slightly furrowed as she stared at the invitation cards on the table, feeling melancholy. These invitations were from the 9 young masters. During the auspicious market festival, the young masters would hold a grand banquet to reward their meritorious subordinates, and invite people from all over. Brother He Tu, what do you think I should do? Shang Xinci felt troubled, and subconsciously asked Fang Yuan. Xinci, we tripled our investment this time, and are one of the hottest contenders for the position of young master. They will definitely invite you. Fang Yuan smiled, continuing, but we can only choose one of the 9 invitations. On the surface, this is a joyous banquet, but it is actually a political choice. Fang Yuan spoke of the deep political meaning behind the invitation cards. Shang Clan only had 10 young masters, and among the 10 young masters, there were alliances, and also internal conflicts. Shang Xinci was competing for the position of young master, and was one of the 2 hottest contenders. The other 9 young masters naturally paid close attention to her. Shang Xinci had yet to become a young master, but they were already trying to rope her in. In the pugilistic world, one had no choice. As a higher-up of Shang Clan, one could not avoid being dragged into the political whirlpool. Should I choose Shang Qiwen's invitation? After all, she is in charge of the battle stage. It will be of great help to our future plans. Shang Xinci said. Fang Yuan shook his head. On the surface, there are 9 invitations, but that is not the case. Among the Shang Clan young masters, the biggest faction is Shang Qiu. His status as the eldest son is his greatest advantage. Second is Shang Pu Lao, Shang Baishi, and Shang Baishi, they are currently in the limelight. Third is Shang Chaofeng and Shang Fuxi, they are waiting patiently. As for the rest, Shang Qiwen has no ambition, and Shang Pai Xiu is too playful. Xinci, your foundation in Shang Clan City is too weak. If you want to choose one of the top 3, that way, you can make up for your weakness. As for Shang Qiwen, there is no difference if you choose her or not. Is that so? Shang Xinci's eyes brightened when she heard this. Fang Yuan's words made her feel like the clouds had parted, and she could see the clear sky. Her previous bewilderment was swept away. She thought for a while, and made her choice. She chose the 3rd faction, Shang Chaofeng's invitation. Right now, among the 3 great sects, the 1st and 2nd faction are competing with each other. If I choose one, I will definitely offend the other. I might as well choose the third faction and join this whirlpool, but I can stay out of it for now. Shang Xinci explained to Fang Yuan. Shang Xinci was intelligent and understood immediately. Regarding this, Fang Yuan was gratified, but also had a slightly strange feeling. You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.